Chapter 1233. A strong energy surged in Chu Mu's body. He stood on a tall boulder, radiating a bright light as he looked disdainfully at his surroundings. There were over 100 iron-back wolf corpses strewn all over the ground. Claw marks could be seen everywhere on the ground. It was a shocking sight. At this moment, the scorching sun turned into the setting sun, gradually setting in the west. Soon it would be nightfall. To Chu Mu, the Wolf Valley, be it the Outer Valley or the Inner Valley, was no longer a threat after nightfall. This was because his strong strength was sufficient for him to survive in the Wolf Valley. Even the berserk Iron-Back Wolf King would not be able to threaten him. Shao Qin felt a little hungry. He sat on the boulder and took out his rations. He untied the flask at his waist and drank a mouthful of water. Then he picked up the cured meat jerky and took a bite, chewing it. He ate slowly, chewing and absorbing the meat jerky to fill his stomach. It also replenished the energy he had expended during the battle. Naturally, this could not be compared to eating in a restaurant. However, in the outside world, being able to eat until he was full was already pretty good. After he finished eating, the sun set in the west. The last rays of the setting sun gradually disappeared and night fell. A cool breeze blew, bringing with it a chill. Originally, this was the time for the Wolf King and the Wolf Guards to celebrate. However, at this moment it was cold and lonely. The disappearing corpses of over 100 wolves added to the desolation of the night. After nightfall, it was the world of the faux beasts. If Shao Chun left now, he would have to leave the Inner Valley and charge out of the Outer Valley. It would take about 4 hours. At that time, it would be late at night. Chu Mu did not care about ordinary rank 1 faux beasts. As for the habitat of rank 3 faux beasts, it was quite far from here. Chu Mu felt that he should stay here for the night and reflect on today's battle. After that, he would cultivate calmly and comprehend sword intent, metal energy, fire energy, and so on. Currently, these powers were all at the entry level. Above them, there was still small perfection to Shang and perfection. There was still a lot of room for improvement. After resting for 15 minutes, Chu Mu focused his mind and began to reflect on today's battle, especially the battle with the Iron-Back Wolf King. He reflected on today's battle 3 times. Only an hour had passed. He stood up and unsheathed his sword. The demonic red light burned fiercely, wantonly blossoming in the night, swaying and swaying. Just like that, he began to practice the intermediate swordsmanship, intermediate body movement, and intermediate footwork. After a few rounds of practice, he sat down cross-legged and circulated the intermediate qi training formula to cultivate his inner qi. After cultivating for about an hour, Chu Mu opened his eyes. At this moment, the bright moon was hanging high in the sky. It was as white as a silver plate with a missing piece. It emitted a cold and clear light that sprinkled over the earth and enveloped the Wolf Valley. For Chu Mu, for every boulder and every inch of land, it was draped with a thin and serene layer of gauze. Everything seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber under the hazy and serene moonlight. At midnight, without void qi, my cultivation speed is still too slow, Chu Mu said to himself as he withdrew his gaze. After cultivating for an hour, the progress was very small. According to this speed, he would need to cultivate for almost 24 hours to absorb a strand of level 3 void qi. In other words, if he wanted to advance from the 2nd heaven to the 3rd heaven, he would need to cultivate for at least 20 days. If he hunted void beasts in 20 days, he would be able to advance from the 1st heaven level to the 3rd heaven level. Time passed little by little. Chu Mu stood up again. When he was about to cultivate his swordsmanship again, he caught a glimpse of a silver light from the corner of his eye and was attracted to it. He saw that the cold moonlight from the sky had actually gathered not far behind him. Then it seemed to have sunk into a boulder and disappeared without a trace. However, the surrounding moonlight was still clear, like gauze. This scene aroused Chu Mu's curiosity. He jumped up like a bird and landed in front of the boulder. He carefully stared at the spot where the moonlight had disappeared. It turned out that the moonlight had been gathered and absorbed. After staring for a long time, nothing happened. However, the moonlight was still gathered and absorbed, creating a little darkness. Could it be that something is hidden in there? Chu-mu thought to himself. Xiao Qin drew his sword, and a red light burst out. He brazenly stabbed his sword at the black spot. The incomparably hard collision caused the sword to tremble violently as the force transmitted through. Xiao Chen's wrist felt slightly numb. With the sharpness of a rank 3 void spirit sword, he could easily break such a boulder. It should be as weak as tofu. Xiao Qin took a deep breath and gathered his strength. Then he suddenly thrust his sword out. It instantly erupted, turning into a beam of golden light that tore through the air. Rank 2 sword technique, armor breaking. When Xiao Chen's sword descended, the hard black spot immediately broke under the golden light. Strands of fluctuation immediately spread out from the broken black spot. After a few more slashes, the shattered black dot expanded. Chu-mu carefully looked inside. With the help of the moonlight and his own eyesight, he could faintly see a small hole inside. In the hole there was a sword. It was that sword that was constantly absorbing the moonlight's power and emitting traces of coldness. When Xiao Chen looked more carefully, aside from that sword, there was also a scabbard and an unremarkable, pitch-black ring to the side. Although Chu-mu did not sense any danger, he still used the scarlet blood sword to pick up the pitch-black ring. He could not make out anything special about it. Dripping blood. A connection with the pitch-black ring gradually deepened. Only then did Chu-mu realize what this pitch-black ring was, which made him overjoyed. It turned out that this pitch-black ring was actually a spatial ring. It was a rank 2 void spirit tool spatial ring with an internal space of 2 cubic meters. Such a pleasant surprise left Chu-mu at a loss for words. Although it was only 2 cubic meters of internal space, it was enough for now. At the very least, it could store many things. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and grabbed the hilt of the sword. Then he used his strength to pull it out. Xiao Qin only saw a flash before his eyes. After Xiao Qin pulled out the sword, he looked at it carefully. The sword continuously absorbed the moonlight, making it look somewhat hazy. The moonlight energy slowly flowed on the sword like a stream. Without a doubt, this was a void spirit sword. He dripped another drop of blood. After the blood was absorbed, Chu-mu established a connection with the sword that absorbed the moonlight. He also learned the sword's name, and so on. Moonlight sword, a rank 3 void spirit sword. After absorbing the moonlight energy, its sharpness would increase by 1 grade. Increasing by 1 grade means that it's a rank 4 void spirit sword. Chu-mu was pleasantly surprised. A rank 4 void spirit sword could break through the defense of a rank 4 void beast. However, if a rank 4 void beast went berserk, its defense would increase, and it would be difficult to break through. However, if it was strengthened with sword intent, its sharpness would be even stronger. More importantly, with this moonlight sword, Chu-mu would be able to use the dual sword technique for a period of time. In that state, his strength would be even stronger. Xiao Qin took out the scabbard and sheathed the moonlight sword. Now, he had the moonlight sword and the scarlet blood sword. Furthermore, they were both rank 3 void spirit swords. It would be even easier for him to deal with rank 3 void beasts. After carefully looking around, Xiao Qin didn't find anything else. However, this was already enough. Chu-mu didn't expect to have such a harvest. He couldn't help but rejoice that he hadn't left in a hurry. Otherwise, he would have definitely missed this opportunity. If he wanted to obtain a spatial ring and a rank 3 void spirit sword in the future, it wouldn't be so easy. Xiao Qin brought the moonlight sword back to the huge rock. He pulled out the scarlet blood sword with both hands. With the scarlet blood sword in his right hand and the moonlight sword in his left hand, he started practicing his sword technique. The demonic red and the holy white formed a sharp contrast. As Chu-mu waved his hands, They gathered and separated, forming a unique charm. Every Dao cut through the night and the moonlight, making him look like a sword god under the moon. After practicing the sword technique a few times, Chu Mu stopped. He sheathed the swords and placed them on both sides. Then he started comprehending sword intent. Sword intent was the foundation. Sword intent was illusory. It used one's spirit and will as the foundation. It used one's understanding of the sword and the sword technique as the bones and flesh. It used one's own knowledge to construct it. The entry level of sword intent was only the most basic and shallow level. What was the sword? That voice seemed to appear again. Chu Mu still gave an answer, but it was the same answer as last time. Chu Mu wasn't satisfied with this answer. He was thinking, pondering, and comprehending. What was the sword? What was the sword? The sword was a weapon of murder. It was a weapon of slaughter. There was no cycle in the mountains, and there was no time in cultivation. Chu Mu felt a trace of warmth on his cheeks. He opened his eyes. The sun had risen. A new day had arrived. Throughout the night, Chu Mu gained a second-grade infinite space ring and a third-grade moonlight sword. Other than that, he made some progress in comprehending sword intent, but not much. On the Galaxy Genius list of the Dark Knight tribe, Chu Mu's name was still at the top. He had 17,000 talent points. He had left Zhu Tiantong, who was in second place, far behind him, not to mention Qin Gang, who had been killed by Chu Mu once. On the Heaven Ascension list, Gu Wankong was still in first place. However, his talent points had increased to 22. Qi Naoxian was still in second place with 21. Yang Zhantian was still in third place with 21. Su Muji, who was in fourth place, had also surpassed Chu Mu with 18,000 talent points. Chu Mu was still in fifth place, but the talent points of sixth place had caught up and was now neck and neck with Chu Mu. 17,000. If Chu Mu didn't increase it, there was a high chance he would be surpassed by sixth place and his ranking would drop. The competition on the Heaven Ascension list was many times more intense than the competition on the Galaxy Genius list. It could be said that there were thousands of changes in an instant. Every time there was a big change, it would cause people to be surprised and talk about it. The elders of the General Divine Hall were a little anxious because Chu Mu's talent points had not increased. They might be surpassed. They really hoped that Chu Mu could make it to the top 3. It would be best if he could make it to the first place. However, they did not dare to take it seriously. The top 3 was their ideal goal. However, Chu Mu didn't place much importance on this. After eating breakfast, he put the remaining food, water, and moonlight sword into his spatial ring. His left hand held the scarlet blood sword, while his left hand wore a ring on his middle finger and ring finger. Just like that, he walked towards his new target in large strides. Chapter 1234. While others were still thinking about how to kill a rank 1 foe beast, Chu Mu had already killed a rank 1 foe beast, the scarlet-eyed wolf, alone, obtaining his first strand of rank 1 foe chi. While others were working together to kill ordinary rank 1 foe beasts, Chu Mu had already killed a rank 1 foe beast king, the scarlet-eyed wolf king, alone, obtaining the medial grade body tempering technique. While others were still rejoicing over killing an elite rank 1 foe beast, Chu Mu had already killed a rank 2 foe beast alone, obtaining even more rank 2 foe chi. While others were still finding rank 2 foe beasts and hunting them with great difficulty, Chu Mu had already swept through the rank 2 foe beast ironback wolf alone. Furthermore, he had killed the rank 2 foe beast king, the ironback wolf king, obtaining even more benefits. While others were vexed over how to obtain a better sword, Chu Mu had already obtained 2 rank 3 foe spirit swords and a spatial ring. Shao Qin took the lead one step at a time. Unknowingly, he had already surpassed others by so much, leaving them far behind. Now, while others were truly starting to hunt rank 2 foe beasts and felt happy over obtaining rank 2 foe chi, Chu Mu had already rushed to the habitat of the rank 3 foe beasts, preparing to draw his sword on them. Chu Mu had already memorized the map on the last page of the illustrated handbook of inferior grade faux beasts. With a thought, he could clearly see it in his mind. Where was the area of rank 1 faux beasts? Where was the area of rank 2 faux beasts? Where was the area of rank 3 faux beasts? Compared to rank 1 and rank 2 faux beasts, there were fewer rank 3 faux beasts. The area of rank 3 faux beasts that Chu Mu was heading to was called Tiger Ravine. As Chu Mu rushed forward, he ignored all faux beasts as long as they were not in his path. Even so, after he rushed out of the inner valley, he obtained 5 strands of rank 2 faux qi. After he rushed out of the outer valley, he obtained 10 strands of rank 1 faux qi. Xiao Chun did not absorb them, storing them all in his spatial ring. There were still 4 days' worth of rations and a full pot of water in the spatial ring. Finding a water source was not difficult, so there was no need to worry. In the blink of an eye, he flew past some of the geniuses and quickly left, leaving behind only a shocking back view. "Junior brother, be careful. Kill." The sharp roar was filled with bestiality. After entering the Wind Chaser leopard's territory, Chu Mu saw Lin Yi, Jiang Fan, and the others hunting Wind Chaser leopards. The wind-chasing leopard was a Tier 2 void beast. Its speed was as fast as the wind, and it was very agile. Because they were fellow disciples of the 5 Elements sect, Chu Mu stopped and watched from afar. Lin Yi, Jiang Fan, and the other 3 martial brothers worked together, advancing and retreating accordingly. The wind-chasing leopard was trapped in the middle, unable to escape, and its body was covered with wounds. Chu Mu discovered that the sword in Jiang Fan's hand wasn't a black iron sword, but a cyan one. Judging from the energy fluctuations, it was a grade 2 void spirit sword. The sword in Lin Yi's hand was also a grade 2 void spirit sword. As time passed, more and more people obtained void spirit swords. After all, one did not have to mutate or kill a king void beast to obtain a void spirit sword. Anything was possible, and depended on one's ability and luck. Lin Yi slashed out with his sword, and the sword light turned into a whip lashing out. It was a grade 1 sword technique, and it lashed out on the wind-chasing leopard's body, forming a cage around it, instantly trapping the wind-chasing leopard. The others seized the opportunity to attack, leaving wounds on the wind-chasing leopard's body. With everyone's cooperation, the wind-chasing leopard was killed, and a Tier 2 void chi appeared. "Leave the void chi." Suddenly, a group of people appeared, quickly surrounding Lin Yi and the others, and threatened, "Otherwise, we'll kill all of you." There were a total of 13 people, each of them emitting a powerful aura. "It's you again." Lin Yi, Jiang Fan, and the other 4's eyes were filled with anger. "Does Knight Netherhall want to start a war with the 5 Elements sect?" No, you're not qualified." The leader sneered, "Hand over the Tier 2 void chi and your void spirit swords, and we'll let you go this time. Otherwise, we'll kill you without mercy. Don't go too far." Jiang Fan said angrily. Actually, strictly speaking, Jiang Fan was not an outstanding genius. He was just an average genius among all the geniuses. Lin Yi was indeed an outstanding genius, but he was a bit soft and decisive. "So what if we're bullying you? Let me tell you, as long as you're from the 5 Elements sect, we'll kill one. If we see 2, we'll kill 2. The disciples of Knight Netherhall were extremely arrogant. "I'm also from the 5 Elements sect. Let's see how you're going to kill me." A cold voice sounded, and immediately a strong and vigorous silhouette was rapidly approaching. "Brother Chu, Brother Chu." Lin Yi, Jiang Fan, and the others were pleasantly surprised, and they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, humans were really strange existences. Those who could enter the azure sky void world were all geniuses, and ordinary geniuses couldn't compare to them. In other places, each of them could become a leader or a pillar of support. However, when these geniuses were gathered together in front of some monstrous geniuses, they seemed mediocre. For example, if a peacock was placed in a flock of chickens, the peacock would be the most outstanding and eye-catching existence. However, if a phoenix was placed in a flock of peacocks, the peacock would seem mediocre, and the phoenix would be the most outstanding and eye-catching existence. However, a peacock would still be a peacock. It would not change its life form because of the environment, but it would change its position according to the environment. Who are you? The disciple of Night Netherhall asked coldly. My name is Chu Mu. Chu Mu said indifferently. As soon as the name came out of his mouth, the 13 disciples of Night Netherhall had a drastic change in expression, and they all subconsciously took a step or two back, looking vigilant. Let's go, the 13 of them said in a low voice, and immediately retreated, intending to leave. Wait, did I say you guys can leave? Chu Mu said indifferently. Don't go too far in life. It'll be easier for us to meet again in the future. The expressions of the disciples of Night Netherhall changed several times before they finally said this sentence. Since that's the case, you guys can escape. If you can escape, consider it as me going too far. Chu Mu said, not giving them a chance to speak. His speed instantly erupted, transforming into an arrow that left the bow. A bewitching and dazzling red light bloomed, incomparably violent. A terrifying killing intent gushed out, causing the disciples of Night Netherhall to shiver. Run! With a loud roar, the disciples of Night Netherhall immediately dispersed, preparing to flee. However, just as they were about to flee, Chu Mu had already closed in, and with a swing of his sword he insta-killed them. Under the absolute disparity in speed and strength, the furthest out of the 13 of them was 100 meters away. This scene caused Lin, Yi, and the others to be extremely excited. As geniuses, they all had their pride, but when encountering geniuses who were even more talented, they would often be subdued. And once they were subdued, their mentality would faintly change. Junior brother Chu, thank you so much. Lin Yi said emotionally. Senior brother Chu, thank you for coming. The others were also very excited, having survived a calamity. These are for you guys. Work hard. Chu Mu said, and took out 10 strands of rank 1 ethereal chi and 5 strands of rank 2 ethereal chi, giving them to each of them. Ningjing and the others each had 3 strands, which could increase their strength by a lot. Junior brother, I can't thank you enough. Lin Yi said solemnly. Shortly after, he was a little curious. Are you going to hunt wind-chasing leopards? No, I'm going to Tiger Stream. Chu Mu said, Senior brother Lin, junior brothers, I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Chu Mu flew away rapidly. Tiger Stream? One of them did not know where that place was. Tiger Stream. Lin Yi's expression changed drastically. That's the territory of a rank 3 ethereal beast, earth-shattering war tiger. Senior brother Chu is going to hunt a rank 3 ethereal beast. When the others heard that, their expressions changed drastically and they were incomparably shocked. While they were still working hard to hunt rank 2 ethereal beasts, Chu Mu was already going to hunt a rank 3 ethereal beast. This gap, no, earth-shattering war tiger is not an ordinary rank 3 ethereal beast. Lin Yi said, shaking his head. Under normal circumstances, wolves were usually creatures that lived in groups. Thus, there were ordinary wolves, elite wolves, and wolf kings. However, tigers were different. Tigers were originally the king of beasts. As the saying went, a mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. Tigers were not creatures that lived in groups. If a wolf of the same rank fought with a tiger, the wolf would definitely die, and the tiger would definitely win. Tiger Stream was the habitat of a rank 3 ethereal beast, earth-shattering war tiger. There were many mountains, and only one earth-shattering war tiger lived on each mountain, unless a male and female pair teamed up. If each earth-shattering war tiger were to be categorized according to their grade, they would all be considered as elite grade 3 void beasts. In other words, every earth-shattering war tiger's strength was stronger than the Iron-Back Wolf King. Due to the nature of life, they were even stronger than the Iron-Back Wolf King after it went berserk. Only such an opponent would be interesting. Moreover, it was said that there was an earth-shattering War Tiger King in Tiger Stream. Before entering the Tiger Stream, Chu Mu heard a tiger's roar. It was the roar of a king, and it fiercely roared through the mountain forest. It was vigorous, and its aura was astonishing. It caused Chu Mu's blood to instantly boil. After entering Tiger Stream, Chu Mu felt the waves of tyrannical aura in the air. This made him even more excited. Every earth-shattering War Tiger had its own territory. Chu Mu was currently entering the territory of an earth-shattering War Tiger. Moreover, he was emitting his aura without restraint. The aura condensed into a giant sword that hung high in the air. Territory was not to be violated. After the earth-shattering War Tiger sensed it, it immediately let out an even more vigorous roar. An extremely tyrannical aura condensed. Chu Mu saw a huge shadow of a ferocious tiger appear in midair. That was the condensation of aura. Unexpectedly in the Iron-Back Wolf clan, only the Iron-Back Wolf King had mastered the condensation of aura. However, the earth-shattering War Tiger had mastered it. Moreover, it was more profound than the Iron-Back Wolf King. Facing each other from a distance, their auras clashed. The huge tiger with the aura started to run wildly. It was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. It carried an astonishing might as it charged over. This meant that the earth-shattering War Tiger was also charging towards Chu Mu. Chapter 1235. The ground seemed to be shaking. Chu Mu's heartbeat became more and more intense, thumping like a drum. His blood surged, rushing to his limbs and bones. A strong feeling of power filled every inch of his body. A powerful aura rapidly approached. In Chu Mu's eyes, an enormous and robust figure appeared. The ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Its aura was tyrannical and majestic, unstoppable. Its whole body was covered with brown and black stripes. It seemed to have a unique texture, giving people a feeling that it was very tough. Under the sunlight, it reflected layers of light, rippling like water as it ran. Every time its huge and heavy body landed, the ground would shake slightly. However, its speed was very fast, and it did not lose its agility. Its thick palms and incomparably sharp claws left clear marks on the ground every time. The sand and stones were directly torn or shattered. A roar. The impact of the sound wave was earth-shattering, making Chu Mu's hair stand on end. The earth-shattering battle tiger's huge body carried the might of the ferocious tiger descending the mountain and the strength of its whole body. It was like a meteorite that blasted towards Chu Mu, wanting to shatter the earth. The black shadow covered the sky and the sun, tyrannical and unparalleled, shocking the heavens. A few rays of cold light were faintly discernible. Taking a deep breath, the aura of the giant sword slashed out, colliding with the earth-shattering battle tiger, descending the ferocious tiger, descending the ferocious tiger, descending the mountain. Invisible sparks bloomed in the air. Chu Mu took the opportunity and broke away from the lock, quickly shifting his feet and dodging. The ferocious tiger descending the mountain's aura was the strongest. It could not be resisted directly, unless Chu Mu's strength was far superior to it. With a bang, the ground shook, sand and stones flew up, and the cold wind whistled. It was incomparably mournful. The ferocious tiger descending the mountain attacked. Its sharp claws were like daggers, drawing lines in the air. Turning around, the sword light was bewitching and scarlet and dazzling. It was like a red thunderbolt that suddenly appeared in the sky, violently slashing towards the ferocious tiger descending the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they collided. Tremendous power clashed, and an ear-piercing sound rang out. Countless sparks flew out like resplendent fireworks as they fell. The earth-shattering War Tiger's strength was inconceivably tyrannical. It was not as simple as 40,000 Jin. After the collision, Chu Mu only felt the scarlet blood sword bend. The impact of the collision caused his hand to hurt. If he had not hurriedly dispelled this force, his hand would have been torn apart. With a roar, a terrifying air current gushed out from the earth-shattering war tiger's mouth. Sand and pebbles were sent flying as it charged forward ferociously. Its ferocious bite could even tear apart refined steel. Zhang Xian hurriedly dodged to the side and brandished his sword. However, he heard a terrifying, explosive sound. It was as if a steel whip had broken through the air. The earth-shattering war tiger's tail fiercely lashed out, shattering the air. Its head, claws, and tail were all used by the earth-shattering battle tiger. It was like a battle master, and its battle techniques were even more brilliant than the Ironback Wolf King's. In just a few moves, Chu Mu could tell that the Ironback Wolf King, which had not gone berserk, would be defeated in 2 or 3 moves by the earth-shattering war tiger. There was no time to dodge, nor was there any time to withdraw the scarlet blood sword. Chu Mu's left hand glowed with a faint light. It was as white as the moon. He blocked, shook, and forcefully collided with the incoming tail. A terrifying shattering sound rang out. Under the tremendous power, Chu Mu was forced to retreat. His left arm was numb. The earth-shattering war tiger turned around and pounced. Its huge body carried a heavy pressure and a terrifying power. It also had a shockingly vigorous aura as it bombarded Zhang Xian. In a short period of time, the earth-shattering war tiger did not rest. It continuously launched various attacks, linking them together. Chu Mu felt that it was hard to breathe. It was too strong. It was even more tyrannical than the Ironback Wolf King after it had gone berserk. Its strength had exceeded Chu Mu's expectations. With his blood boiling, Zhang Xian let out a low roar. His aura skyrocketed. The 2 swords vibrated. A holy white and a demonic scarlet blossomed in his hands. They intertwined and slashed out. The crossed sword was like lightning. Under the dual sword technique, Chu Mu's strength doubled. Compared to the earth-shattering war tiger's body, Chu Mu seemed very small. This was because the earth-shattering war tiger's body was several times larger than an ordinary tiger. It was almost comparable to an adult elephant. Every time the tiger's paw slammed down, the ground would tremble. Paw marks would sink in, and cracks would appear like lightning. Not long after, the surrounding sand and stones were all turned into powder under the tiger's paws. Dust flew up and floated in the air like clouds. Within the clouds, 2 streaks of scarlet and white lightning flashed. It was so sharp that it caused one's heart to tremble. Chu Mu discovered that just the sharpness of the moonlight sword or the scarlet blood sword was unable to break through the earth-shattering war tiger's defense. Even with the addition of the sword intent, the sharpness of the blade was greatly increased. Only with the addition of the sword intent and the power of metal could he truly injure the earth-shattering war tiger. However, it was only a light injury. Fortunately, Chu Mu's 2 swords could be added with the power of vibration. Moreover, because he had created the grade 3 sword technique, Night Meteor, he could also add the power of fire, making it even stronger. Adding 4 types of power to the earth-shattering war tiger consumed a lot of Chu Mu's energy. Unable to compete with a monster like the earth-shattering war tiger in terms of physical strength, Chu Mu could only circle around and look for a suitable opportunity. He wanted to see if he could injure the earth-shattering war tiger and weaken its strength before killing it. The battle was incomparably intense. After 15 minutes, there was still no clear victor. Chu Mu's sword only left light injuries on the earth-shattering war tiger's body, which slowly healed. After activating the wolf shadow armor, the wolf tattoo seemed to come alive. A wave of power swept through his body. Chu Mu only felt that his body seemed to have become much lighter. His speed increased and he became more agile. He quickly dodged and counterattacked. His 2 swords were like cold lightning as they slashed at the earth-shattering war tiger's body. A cross-shaped sword wound appeared, and blood flowed out, dyeing the area around the wound red. The pain caused the earth-shattering war tiger to roar in anger. Suddenly, Chu-Mu felt a terrifying power surge from the earth-shattering war tiger's body. It was as if a peerless beast had awakened. He was very familiar with this kind of aura. Beast force. Chu-Mu's expression changed. This was unexpected, completely unexpected. In the illustrated handbook of lesser foe beasts, there was no indication that the earth-shattering war tiger possessed beast force. Looking at the situation, it seemed like the earth-shattering war tiger was about to release a beast technique. Feeling an intense sense of danger, Chu-Mu hurriedly retreated. His speed exploded to the extreme as he rapidly retreated. At the same time, the earth-shattering war tiger's beast force gathered on its paw. The paw seemed to instantly expand like a millstone. When it was raised, it seemed like it could cover the sky. When it fell, it seemed like it could shatter the earth. With a loud boom, the entire ground shook. The explosion turned into a sound wave attack, causing Chu-Mu to feel as if his ears had gone deaf. He only felt the ground under his feet tremble violently, as if there was an earthquake. A millstone-sized paw print that was more than 3 inches deep appeared on the ground. Cracks spread out from the paw print at lightning speed, spreading out to a distance of 5 meters like a spider web. The ground within a radius of 10 meters was all affected and trembled. Although Chu-Mu's speed was fast, he was still affected by the shock waves. He felt as if he could not stand steadily and almost fell. Fortunately, he was 7 to 8 meters away. With a sudden burst of strength, he retreated 10 meters before he could stabilize himself. After using a beast skill, Chu-Mu's sharp senses noticed that the earth-shattering war tiger's momentum seemed to have weakened. Attacking again, the 2 swords unceasingly slashed. Indeed, after releasing a beast technique, the earth-splitting battle tiger was indeed a bit weaker. Although it wasn't obvious, Chu-Mu seized the opportunity to use a sword technique while it was reacting. Grade 2 sword skill, armor break. A golden red ray pierced through the air and instantly pierced through the earth-shattering war tiger's neck. The moonlight sword slashed down and holy flames bombarded the earth-shattering war tiger. After using 2 sword skills consecutively, the earth-shattering war tiger was heavily injured. In addition, the scarlet blood sword had absorbed part of the blood, causing the earth-shattering war tiger to be even weaker. Seeing that the situation was not right, the earth-shattering war tiger actually turned around and planned to escape. The sword was like a meteor streaking across the night sky. It was so fast that it pierced through the tail and into the body. Beheading. Seeing the earth-shattering war tiger fall to the ground, Chu-Mu heaved a sigh of relief. This earth-shattering war tiger was too strong. Although he was not injured, he had used all his strength. He had used up more than 70% of his strength. After absorbing the earth-shattering war tiger's blood essence, the scarlet blood sword glowed with a red light and became even more demonic. Sheathing the sword, streams of void chi floated up from the earth-shattering war tiger's corpse. There were a total of 5 streams. In addition, there was a ball of light, a dark silver ball of light. Quickly grabbing the ball of light, information appeared. A figure holding a sword danced in his mind and practiced a sword skill. It was of a higher grade than a mid-grade sword skill. It was a high-grade sword skill that was worth 10,000 streams of grade 3 void chi. After obtaining the high-grade sword skill, Chu-Mu felt that some of the doubts in his sword skill had been resolved. His attainment in the sword skill had improved slightly. The earth-shattering war tiger was difficult to kill, but this harvest was quite good. With one earth-shattering war tiger occupying a territory, Chu-Mu was not worried that other earth-shattering war tigers would appear. He also did not have to worry about other void beasts attacking him. He also did not have to worry about the appearance of other genius swordsmen. Therefore, he kept the 5 streams of grade 3 void chi and sat down cross-legged. He circulated the mid-grade chi cultivation technique to recover his strength. It was noon and the sun was high in the sky. The rays of light were like swords. After more than 2 hours, Chu Mu's inner chi had completely recovered. His physical strength was also fully recovered. Only then did he take out the 5 streams of grade 3 void chi and absorb them one by one. Circulating the mid-grade chi cultivation technique, the 5 streams of grade 3 void chi were all converted into inner chi, causing his chi cultivation level to reach level 8 of the second heaven. After drinking a mouthful of water and eating some dry rations, Chu Mu continued his journey and headed to the next earth-shattering War Tiger's territory. Entering the territory, he released his chi condensation. Firstly, he could train his chi condensation. Secondly, he could provoke the earth-shattering War Tiger and let it come to him. With the experience of fighting with the earth-shattering War Tiger, Chu Mu's strength had also increased. Facing the second earth-shattering War Tiger, the pressure on him was not as great. With his 2 swords, he successfully killed the second earth-shattering War Tiger in a short period of time. For streams of grade 3 void chi and a dark blue ball of light. After absorbing the ball of light, he realized that it was a high-grade chi cultivation technique that was even more advanced than the mid-grade chi cultivation technique. Its value was also 10,000 streams of grade 3 void chi. It had to be said that Chu Mu's luck was indeed very good. After killing 2 earth-shattering War Tigers, he actually obtained 2 high-grade cultivation techniques. Chapter 1236. The ground was dark red, and the air was filled with red mist. It was a frightening sight. Suddenly, a loud laugh filled with baleful aura rang out from the depths of the red mist, causing the red mist to ripple like a tide. Ha 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 ha. I, Chin Gang, am finally going to rise. The first place on the Galaxy Genius list is mine. I will definitely be in the top 10 of the Heaven Ascension list. That laughter that was filled with baleful aura contained immense confidence, as if he wanted to compete with the heavens. Soon after, his tone turned cold and carried a hint of resentment. Chu Mu, I will kill you first. The surging red mist retreated, and a scarlet figure strode out, bringing with him a burst of murderous wind. Chun Gang was clad in a blood-red armor with exquisite patterns and a ferocious appearance. It set off his tall body and made him look even stronger. His scarlet cape fluttered in the wind like a sea of blood. He held a blood-red, sawtooth, great sword in his hand as if he was born to kill. It turned out that after Chin Gang was killed by Chu Mu, he was determined to take revenge. He left the team and went hunting alone. He came to a dangerous place and unexpectedly found a treasure. Although his talent points did not increase, his strength had greatly increased. 8 Sword of the Sky Gate, a 5th grade sword technique. With my strength, who can stop me? Vast Ocean 7 Whirlpools technique, a 6th grade chi cultivation technique. With this technique, I will definitely be far ahead of others. Flying Dragon 9 turns, a 6th grade movement technique. With this movement technique, who can catch up with me? Although the Azure Sky virtual world was just a virtual world, it simulated the real world. Therefore, there were battles, killings, deaths, and improvements. There were also fortuitous encounters. When the situation was opened up and the genius swordsmen were getting stronger and stronger, they were further away from the other teams. When they entered the Azure Sky virtual world, some people started to have fortuitous encounters. Some fortuitous encounters were good and some were bad. In fact, Chu Mu's Moonlight Sword and Interspatial Ring were the embodiment of a fortuitous encounter. If Chu Mu could have a fortuitous encounter, others could too. Although fortuitous encounters would not give them talent points, it would make it easier for them to obtain more talent points. Obtaining fortuitous encounters could often increase one's strength. In every book, there would be geniuses who would obtain fortuitous encounters, and it wasn't just 1 or 2 of them. As time passed, there would only be more and more. It could be said that after a few days of preliminary competition, the real competition was about to begin. The grand stage was beginning to appear. Who was the main character that had yet to be verified? Every person who had a fortuitous encounter had their strength increase. They were all full of confidence and started to feel that with their strength, they could take first place on the Galaxy Genius list and fight for the top 10 on the Heaven Ascension list. On the Heaven Ascension ranking, the first place was still Gul Wankong. His genius points had increased to 28,000. The second place was still Qi Naoxian, with 27,000 genius points. The third place was still Yang Zhantian, who had the same talent points as Qi Naoxian. Su Muji, who was ranked fourth, had his talent points increased to 25,000. The fifth place was not Chu Mu, but Lian Hongyan with 23,000 genius points. The sixth place was Ren Guangchao, 21,000 genius points. The seventh-ranked genius points were 20,000. The eighth-ranked genius points were 19,000. Chu Mu had dropped to the ninth place. His talent points were still 17,000. Su Yueshi, who was ranked 10th, also had 17,000 genius points. She was vowing to surpass Chu Mu. However, he was still ranked first on the Galaxy Genius list. He was ahead of Zhu Tiantong by a few thousand genius points, because Zhu Tiantong had less than 10,000 genius points. The fifth earth-shattering fighting tiger died under Chu Mu's sword. 6 strands of third-grade void chi. Perhaps their luck had run out. The third to fifth earth-shattering fighting tigers only provided Chu Mu with third-grade void chi, nothing else. There were a total of 16 strands of third-grade void chi. Each strand could increase 1,000 pounds of strength, which was half a level. In theory, 16 strands of third-grade void chi could increase Chu Mu's strength by 80%. After absorbing 4 strands of void chi, his chi cultivation had reached the peak of level 9 second heaven. There were 12 strands left. Chu Mu absorbed 10 strands of void chi in one go and turned them all into physical strength. Under the impact of waves of tyrannical heat flow, his physique was rapidly strengthened and improved. His whole body was hot and his skin was red. Wisps of white smoke rose from his body and curled up. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Mu could only feel his body trembling violently. An even more tyrannical force was condensing in his body. Physique cultivation has broken through to the level 3 heaven. You have gained 4,000 genius points. An ethereal voice suddenly sounded. On the Heaven Ascension list, Chu Mu's ranking suddenly shot up. He rushed to the 7th place with a total of 21,000 genius points. Su Yueshi clenched her teeth so hard that they almost broke. Let's break through to the Qi cultivation stage again, Chu Mu muttered to himself. He sat down cross-legged and began to practice the high-level Qi cultivation technique. Internal Qi was transported over and over again. After running through his meridians, it returned to his dantian. His mind cooperated with each other, causing the internal Qi mass in his dantian to slowly rotate clockwise. The second heaven of Qi cultivation stage was to absorb Qi into a mass. The third heaven of Qi cultivation stage was to condense Qi into a whirlpool. For Chu Mu, this was not difficult. Half an hour later, his body trembled and his internal Qi surged. The internal Qi mass slowly rotated and the quality of the internal Qi became pure. Qi cultivation has broken through to the level 3 heaven. You have gained 4,000 genius points. The ethereal voice was so pleasant to the ear. His genius points surged from 21,000 to 25,000. His ranking on the Heaven Ascension list once again returned to the 4th place. The ups and downs made one's mood fluctuate. On the Galaxy Genius list, Zhu Tiantong's genius points also increased rapidly and broke through the 10,000 mark. However, he was even further away from Chu Mu. Suddenly, Chen Gang's name flashed and surpassed Zhu Tiantong. He was in 2nd place with 14,000 genius points. This is the feeling of cultivating to the 2nd heaven of Qi cultivation. It's great. Among the scattered corpses, Qin Gang, who had absorbed all the blood and qi, had both broken through to the second heaven. His body released a powerful blood qi. The color of the armor on his body, the cloak on his back, and the sawtooth sword in his hand became brighter. Chu Mu, work hard to improve. When the time comes, I will cut you down with my sword. Qin Gang visualized the heaven ascension list and revealed a hideous smile. The powerful force was intoxicating. A level 2 heaven void beast is no longer enough for my cultivation. A level 3 heaven void beast. I, Blood Devil Qin Gang, am coming. A brutal roar shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if, after a period of accumulation, his potential continued to accumulate and began to erupt. The genius points changed rapidly and were too much for the eyes to take in. No matter how big the change was, it would not affect Chu Mu. After killing the 5 earth-shattering battle tigers, Chu Mu finally confirmed that the earth-shattering battle tiger was indeed a level 3 elite void beast that had mastered beast strength and beast skills. However, unlike the king void beast, the earth-shattering battle tiger did not have much beast strength. Therefore, when it used the skill, it would consume part of its strength. Moreover, the skill could only be used once. However, if the earth-shattering battle tiger was so powerful, how powerful would the Tiger King be? After cultivating both qi cultivation and breaking through to the third heaven, Lin Fan's physical strength had reached 40,000 jin. His inner qi became a vortex which was easier to control and faster. As the scarlet blood sword had absorbed the blood essence of the 5 earth-shattering battle tigers, it shone with a shocking red light. It had accumulated a lot of energy for the next evolution. For Chu Mu, 1 strand of level 3 void qi could only increase his strength by 100 jin. Therefore, Chu Mu stored the remaining 2 strands of void qi. When Lin Fan entered the territory of the 6th earth-shattering battle tiger, his powerful aura condensed into a huge sword and appeared clearly, provoking the earth-shattering battle tiger. A terrifying aura filled the air. The huge tiger's aura condensed and rushed towards Lin Fan along with the earth-shattering battle tiger. There was no need for the moonlight sword. Just the scarlet blood sword was enough. As the earth-shattering battle tiger approached, Chu Mu also took a step forward and rushed towards it. The earth-shattering battle tiger suddenly leaped up, covering the sky and the sun. It fell like a meteorite. Descending the mountain caused the earth-shattering battle tiger's aura to soar. It reached its peak and surpassed it again. However, Chu Mu was not afraid at all. He actually wanted to meet force with force, because he had the confidence to do so. A sword strike, a slash, a collision, an explosion, and a retreat. They were actually somewhat evenly matched. Landing, moving again, slashing again. Chu Mu was now very familiar with the earth-shattering battle tiger's fighting style. He could even make predictions. Therefore, the battle became easier. In just a short span of 10 breaths, which was about 7 to 8 sword strikes, a sword technique, Night Meteor, broke through the sky. The scarlet blood sword pierced into the earth-shattering battle tiger's body. A terrifying force exploded, crushing the earth-shattering battle tiger's internal organs and continuously absorbing its blood essence. The earth-shattering battle tiger died. For strands of rank 3 void qi floated up. Another ball of light appeared. Chu Mu quickly absorbed the ball of light. Information emerged, and a figure appeared in his mind. The figure was walking with 2 steps. It was even more profound than an intermediate step technique. This was an advanced step technique that was worth 10,000 strands of rank 3 void qi. An advanced step technique was more profound than an intermediate step technique. After absorbing it, Chu Mu first put the 4 strands of rank 3 void qi into his spatial ring. Then he carefully comprehended it. Moreover, he took 2 steps and corresponded with the steps of the figure in his mind. He comprehended this advanced step technique from 2 aspects, movement and stillness. He comprehended this advanced step technique quickly. Chumu only felt that inspiration was surging. His understanding of the step technique had deepened. His attainment in the step technique had increased once again. His steps were more agile, his speed was faster, and his explosive power was stronger. Killing this earth-shattering battle tiger did not consume much of Chumu's strength. After a short rest, he was completely recovered. He continued to move forward and entered the territory of the next earth-shattering battle tiger. He released his chi to provoke it. Then he used his chi to slash down. Chumu's chi was tyrannical. It actually defeated the earth-shattering battle tiger's chi. Although the chi of the giant sword was almost defeated, it showed that Chumu's use of chi was more profound. Perhaps his luck had returned. After killing the 7th earth-shattering battle tiger, Chumu obtained another 5 strands of rank 3 void chi. He also obtained a ball of light. After absorbing it, it was an advanced step technique that was worth 10,000 strands of rank 3 void chi. An advanced step technique was much more profound than an intermediate step technique. Chumu also moved quickly. Just like how he comprehended the advanced step technique, he used the 2 aspects of movement and stillness to speed up his comprehension of the advanced step technique. He wanted to quickly master the advanced step technique and be proficient in it so that he could use it in battle. At this point, Chumu had mastered the advanced step technique, advanced step technique, advanced step technique, and advanced chi refining technique. Chapter 1237. Geniuses exploded. Many unfamiliar names popped up on the Galaxy Genius roll, like bamboo shoots after the rain. A name on the Night Nether Tribe's Galaxy Genius list shone brightly, overshadowing the others. It was very dazzling. Beichen Lai. There were only 1,000 names on the Galaxy Genius list. Beichen Lai's name had not been there before. But now, Beichen Lai's name had suddenly risen, pushing the 1,000th name down. This did not attract much attention, but almost everyone's attention was attracted by this name. It was as if a sword had come from the west, like an immortal flying from outer space. It was unstoppable, smashing all obstacles, cutting through brambles and thorns and skyrocketing up. One name after another was pushed down by Beichen Lai's name. In the blink of an eye, Beichen Lai had rushed into the top 900. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed into the top 800. More than 700, more than 600, more than 500, his genius points increased rapidly. He had not made a sound, but he had shocked everyone with a single brilliant feat soon. Beichen Lai's name had rushed into the top 100. That was not all. He continued to move forward, pushing down the other geniuses and rushing into the top 10. From the top 1,000, he kept moving up until he was in the top 10. This caused a great sensation, causing many people to discuss who Beichen Lai was. He did not stop. He surpassed the top 10 geniuses, one by one, and rushed to the 4th place. Will he surpass it again? Many people stared at Beichen Lai's name and guessed. They were excited and looked forward to it. Beichen Lai's name flashed again. Everyone seemed to have heard a whoosh. Beichen Lai's name rose again, pushing Zhu Tiantong down. He's 3rd, someone cheered. Who is this Beichen Lai? Genius points, 14,000. Beichen Lai's genius points were neck and neck with Qingang's. Territory of grade 3 void beasts, Python Valley. There were 2 types of grade 3 void beasts, flying shadow snakes and deadwood pythons. The 2 figures met here. It was a robust figure wearing a full set of purple armor. Lightning arcs struck the armor, making crackling sounds. His short purple hair was standing up, and his handsome and cold face was sharp as a knife. His eyes were blazing like cold lightning, as if the thunder god had descended. On the other side was a tall figure in blood-red armor. The cloak behind him fluttered in the wind. He held a blood-red sawtooth sword in his hand, surrounded by a murderous aura. It was unknown whether it was because of the blood demon suit or the blood demon technique that he cultivated, but Chun Gang's long hair seemed to have been dyed with blood as it turned bright red. Both of them were emitting shocking auras. Wave after wave of auras spread out, colliding with each other. Vaguely, it was as if a furious dragon of thunder was roaring, and the sea of blood was churning. Thunder King Baichenlai. The purple-haired swordsman's voice boomed like thunder. Blood Demon Chun Gang. Chun Gang's voice seemed to contain a sea of blood. Fight! Both sides shouted fiercely at the same time. Lightning radiance surged, and bloody light filled the sky. They collided, creating a world-shaking explosion. Baichenlai, it was also the first time that Chumu had seen this name. He didn't know who it was, which made him a little curious. On the Galaxy Genius list, Baichenlai's name pushed Chun Gang's name down to second place. His talent points had reached 18,000. Not long after, Chun Gang's talent points also soared to 18,000. However, he was one step slower than Baichenlai, so he had to settle for third place. Tyrannical power surged in his body. The difference between the third level and the fourth level was 40,000 gene. Every level was 4,000 gene. It was more difficult to improve, but if he improved, he would obtain more talent points. Fight, hunt, and obtain. He had also obtained an advanced physical training technique. Basically, he had all kinds of advanced cultivation techniques. He had obtained a large amount of third-grade void energy. After absorbing it, it was converted into physical training, reaching the second level of the third level, with a strength of 48,000 gene. In addition to the advanced physical training technique and third-grade void energy, he had also obtained advanced swordsmanship, advanced body movement, advanced footwork, and so on. However, it was useless for Chumu. He put them all into his spatial ring and stored them. The advanced footwork had improved Chumu's understanding of footwork. He consciously fought with the earth-shattering War Tiger again and again to train his footwork and improve it. During the battle, he carefully observed the earth-shattering War Tiger's movements, and so on. Gradually, the conditions became clearer in his mind. There was a feeling of inspiration on the verge of coming out. Chumu decided to temporarily stop hunting the earth-shattering War Tiger and start experimenting. He accumulated power. The aura in his body rose. He suddenly rushed out. The fierce aura erupted and roared. Vaguely, there seemed to be the roar of a fierce tiger. His footsteps were fast, and his body was fierce. In an instant, he exploded. He was like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain. His aura was mighty and unstoppable. Suddenly, the aura weakened and became sluggish. It could not take shape. He continued experimenting. The aura was interrupted again. Chumu was not discouraged. He knew that it was not that easy. Every time he tried, he would carefully reflect on it. He looked for flaws and tried again to perfect it. He took a step forward. His aura was violent, like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain. It was fierce and unstoppable. The tiger roared. There seemed to be a shadow of a fierce tiger on his body. He threw a punch. That fist seemed to have turned into the head of a fierce tiger. It opened its mouth and bit towards the huge rock. With a bang, the huge rock cracked, shattered, and exploded under the punch. It fell like rain. His whole body felt comfortable. The tyrannical force was still reverberating in his body. Created a fourth-grade footwork. Obtained 8,000 genius points. An ethereal voice rang out. It sounded so pleasing to the ears. Chumu's original talent points were 25,000. It increased by 8,000 points. It was now 33,000 points. Chumu's name shot up from the 5th to the 3rd on the Heaven Ascension board. He had pushed Sumuji and Yang Zhantian down. However, Yang Zhantian's talent points were not small either. He had 32,000 points. Qin Aoxian's talent points were 35,000 points. Gu Wankong's talent points had increased to 40,000 points. He is in the top 3. He is finally in the top 3. The elders of the main divine palace were all overjoyed. They were happy that their wishes had been fulfilled. Third place, that's enough. The elders were beaming with joy. Third place was their ideal goal. As long as they could stay in the third place, it would be enough. This meant that the divine sons would not be inferior to the descendants of the great emperors. This footwork is based on the earth-shattering war tigers running, attacking, and the application of aura. It is based on the foundation of advanced footwork. After many battles, it was created. This footwork is named War Tiger Steps. Chumu said, War Tiger Steps was a fourth-grade footwork. It was above advanced footwork. If they were to be divided according to their grades, a beginner footwork would be a first-grade footwork, a middle-grade footwork would be a second-grade footwork, and an advanced footwork would be a third-grade footwork. A third-grade footwork was worth 10,000 strands of third-grade void chi. It was very shocking. One could imagine that a fourth-grade footwork would be even more valuable. Obtaining a fourth-grade footwork inheritance and creating a fourth-grade footwork oneself were different. Creating a fourth-grade footwork oneself would allow one to have a deeper understanding of it. Moreover, one would be able to obtain talent points as a reward. Inheriting a fourth-grade footwork would only allow one to obtain talent points. The most important thing about the War Tiger Steps was the aura. It was like a ferocious tiger running down the mountain. It was so powerful that it was unstoppable. Opponents with similar strength would find it difficult to fight against such a powerful aura. When one was at a disadvantage in terms of aura, it was easy to be at a disadvantage in a battle. The tiger stream was vast, and the earth-shattering war tigers had many territories. Although there were not as many earth-shattering war tigers as there were in the Wolf Valley, there were still many of them. Moreover, every time one of the earth-shattering war tigers was killed, there would be a considerable reward. Lin Fan continued to go deeper into the earth-shattering war tiger's territory. He immediately released his powerful aura. An illusory giant sword condensed in the sky and hung high in the sky. It was as if it was held by an invisible giant. He raised the sword and pointed it forward. A powerful aura surged out like a tidal wave. In the void, there seemed to be a surging tide. The giant sword was in the air. The earth-shattering war tiger was provoked. It roared and released a terrifying tiger aura as it rushed towards Lin Fan. Chu Mu let out a smile and started running. His aura continued to condense, becoming stronger and stronger. Every step he took was steady and powerful. Moreover, it was incomparably fast. Vaguely, it was as if a fierce tiger's roar could be heard, shaking the void. The earth-shattering war tiger was shocked to find that the tiny creature in front of it was emitting an aura similar to its own. It could not help but feel suffocated. Tiger down the mountain against tiger down the mountain. Lin Fan unsheathed the scarlet blood sword and gathered all his strength. His aura reached its peak. Under the vibration of his strength, it gathered on the sword blade. The strength penetrated the tip of the sword. The golden red light condensed into a line, as if it was tearing the sky apart. Rank 2 sword technique, armor break. The terrifying golden red light tore the void apart, leaving an afterimage in the air. In the roar, the earth-shattering war tiger and Chumu approached each other and collided. The scarlet blood sword was like a hot knife through butter. It directly pierced the earth-shattering war tiger's chest. Chu Mu's body twisted in an instant. His footsteps intertwined rapidly as he avoided the earth-shattering war tiger's claws. One hit, instant kill. Xiao Qin swept up the 6 strands of rank 3 Fo Qi and absorbed them all into his body, turning them into his physical strength. His strength increased by another 600 caddies, other than the 6 strands of rank 3 ethereal qi. Lin Fan did not obtain anything else. Chu Mu realized that the amount of ethereal qi obtained from killing elite ethereal beasts was usually between 4 to 6 strands. It was rare for it to reach 7 strands. using the War Tiger Step and using the Scarlet Blood Sword to perform the Rank 2 sword technique. Armor break. Lin Fan's aura was tyrannical. It was not inferior to the earth-shattering War Tiger at all. In fact, it was even slightly superior. Only when the lethality reached the peak could Lin Fan kill the earth-shattering War Tiger in one hit. Killing the earth-shattering War Tiger in one hit only consumed about 30% of his strength. This was because using the War Tiger Step and the sword technique, armor break, consumed a lot of energy. I wonder how strong the earth-shattering War Tiger King is. Chu Mu thought to himself. Chapter 1238. Tiger Stream was the habitat of the earth-splitting battle tiger. Every corner of the stream was the territory of the earth-splitting battle tiger. The earth-splitting battle tiger was an elite grade 3 beast. It was very strong, even stronger than the average elite grade 3 beast. This was because the earth-splitting battle tiger possessed some beast strength. It could release a powerful beast skill that could shake the ground and cause people to lose their balance. This would allow the earth-splitting battle tiger to seize the opportunity. Legend had it that in the tiger stream, other than the earth-splitting battle tiger, there was also an earth-splitting battle tiger king. However, in the illustrated handbook of low-grade virtual beasts, there were very few records of the earth-splitting battle tiger king. Even the picture was only a rough outline and was not clear. Chu Mu was very curious about the earth-splitting battle tiger king. He wanted to fight with it, not only to fight with a stronger opponent, but also to obtain a greater harvest. The current him was much stronger than the earth-splitting battle tiger. He could kill the earth-splitting battle tiger with a single sword strike. However, he did not know how strong the earth-splitting battle tiger king was and how strong it was. Chu Mu continued forward. Everywhere he went, he hunted. One earth-splitting battle tiger after another died under the Scarlet Blood Sword. Because the Scarlet Blood Sword was constantly absorbing the blood of the earth-splitting battle tigers, it became even more demonic. It was constantly accumulating strength, waiting for a new transformation. When Chu Mu's body transformation cultivation reached the 3rd level of the 3rd firmament, Chu Mu entered the deepest part of the tiger stream. After entering the new territory, Chu Mu's footsteps paused. His expression became grave. This was because he could feel traces of a tyrannical and fiendish aura in the air. The fiendish aura was not strong, but it was of a higher level than the earth-splitting battle tiger. There's a faint feeling that it was above the earth-splitting battle tiger. Chu Mu immediately became excited. His blood started to flow faster. Earth-splitting battle tiger king. He had not seen it yet, but just the aura in the air made him excited. Releasing his aura, he condensed a huge sword and pointed it in front of him. A sharp light was released without any restraint. It was like a surging tide, piercing through the sky. Immediately after, a roar came from afar, shaking heaven and earth. That was the roar of the earth-shattering battle tiger. However, it was even more majestic than the earth-shattering battle tiger's roar. It was so majestic that it caused the air to tremble. Chu Mu's heart skipped a beat as an indescribable feeling swept through his body, causing him to tremble. So strong! Just the aura and roar alone made his blood boil. Chu Mu's breathing unconsciously became hurried, and the ground trembled like a drum. It was as if a mammoth was charging over, rumbling loudly, causing Chu Mu's heart to beat faster. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mu stood where he was and unceasingly condensed his aura. Raising his aura, his sword intent was also raised to the maximum, completely releasing all of his power. Against the unceasing and powerful aura, each and every attack was like a sword embryo being hammered by an invisible hammer, being tempered again and again. Chu Mu's mind was tense, and his nerves were also tense. It was as if a taut string was about to break. His entire spiritual world was shaking, and his head was buzzing. He raised his sword intent, trying to eliminate all kinds of negative aura as much as possible. Chu Mu actually felt that his sword intent was being tempered by this continuous and terrifying aura. The impurities were removed, and it was slightly improved. Ever since he comprehended the beginner level of sword intent, Chu-Mu would often try to comprehend sword intent, trying his best to improve it. However, it was difficult to improve it. Realizing this, Chu-Mu was secretly happy. At the same time, he hurriedly got rid of all distracting thoughts and urged his sword intent to fight against this increasingly powerful aura, causing his sword intent to become even more condensed. A figure appeared in front of Chu-Mu's eyes, rapidly approaching him. That figure had black and brown stripes intertwined. As it ran, it seemed to come alive. It moved up and down like waves, giving off a strong visual sense. Its body was 2 times larger than the earth-splitting war tiger, and it seemed even stronger and more vigorous. It was like a mammoth, and its huge body possessed a terrifying weight. As it ran, its tiger paw landed on the ground with a loud bang, causing the ground to tremble. It left behind inch-deep palm marks, shattering the sand and stones, turning them into powder. It opened its ferocious mouth and let out a roar. Sound waves visible to the naked eye rushed out, sending sand and stones flying. It was earth-shattering, and it turned into a whistling gale. A storm suddenly attacked, and Chu-Mu felt as if he was being blown away. Its huge eyes shone with a divine light and a fiendish light. It was like 2 huge light bulbs were shining out. Those who lacked courage and had a weaker aura would feel even weaker when stared at by such a pair of eyes. Their entire body would tremble, and their limbs would go numb and stiff. They were simply unable to resist. The terrifying aura was like a flash flood rushing over. It was like the 9 heavens and the blue seas, capable of shattering the stars. Chu-Mu felt as if he was about to be lost in it. His increasingly condensed sword intent actually felt as if it was about to be crushed. His mind was focused, and his will was condensed. His heart was fearless, and he resisted with all his might. Under the terrifying destructive aura of a flash flood, he forcibly withstood it. It was as if he was grasping at straws in the middle of a flood. It was difficult to struggle, and it was difficult to survive. It seemed as if he had persisted for thousands of years, but in reality, it was only a short few breaths of time. Chu-Mu heard the sound of an eggshell cracking. Under the terrifying aura of the earth-splitting War Tiger King, cracks actually appeared on his sword intent, and it was about to shatter, condense. With a low roar, blood seeped out from his gums. His eyes were wide open, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He used all his strength, not retreating, and condensed his sword intent. Cracks appeared on the sword intent. Then it condensed, broke, and condensed again. This process repeated over and over again, and the earth-splitting War Tiger King was getting closer and closer. The earth-splitting War Tiger King's body was huge and strong, and it was 10 times larger than Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu's body seemed so small, as if a single breath of air would be able to blow Chu-Mu's tiny body into pieces. Destruction followed by re-establishment, and life followed by death. As the earth-splitting War Tiger King got closer, its aura became stronger and more violent. The destructive aura became more and more obvious. Chu-Mu's entire body went numb, and his blood could not flow. It was as if his limbs were being electrocuted. With a cracking sound, the sword intent, under the increasingly terrifying aura, cracked and shattered. Chu-Mu's face instantly changed. His body trembled, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, which turned into a blood mist and dissipated. Condense. A deep roar, as if he had used up all his energy, causing the air to vibrate. He used all his energy and mental energy to condense the shattered sword intent back together. The earth-splitting War Tiger King was already very close to him. Its terrifying aura was right in front of him, and he could not look straight at it, causing him to hallucinate. The sword intent was condensed once again. A new force, stronger, tougher, sharper, and more condensed, immediately clashed with the earth-splitting War Tiger King's terrifying aura, causing the hallucinations to vanish. You have comprehended the lesser success stage of sword intent. You have received 5,000 genius points. A faint voice was heard. Comprehending the beginner stage of sword intent gave him 1,000 genius points. Increasing the sword intent from the beginner stage to the lesser success stage gave him 5,000 genius points, a 5 times increase. This was because the lesser success stage of sword intent was much stronger than the beginner stage of sword intent and harder to comprehend. The difficulty was at least 10 times higher. Chu Mu's genius points instantly increased from 33,000 to 38,000. On the Heaven Ascension leaderboard, Chu Mu's name started to flicker and instantly shot up, pushing Qi Naoxian's name down to the second place. The second place, the voices of the elders of the main divine hall were trembling. The martial emperors were even more shocked when they saw the second place. However, Qi Naoxian's name also started to flicker and instantly shot up, pushing Chu Mu's name down to the second place. Genius points, 39,000. 3 breaths later, Gu Wankong's genius points also increased rapidly, reaching 44,000 points. The change was too fast, and the competition was intense. Yang Zhantian's genius points also quickly caught up, reaching 37,000 points, closing in on Chu Mu, as if he was trying to take back his own rank. The small success of Sword will had given Chu Mu the qualification to face the earth-shattering Fighting Tiger King's terrifying aura. However, Chu Mu did not dare to face the earth-shattering Fighting Tiger King's attack head-on, and quickly dodged to the side. A terrifying gust of wind brushed past Chu Mu's body. The terrifying power caused Chu Mu's body to be blown to the side. He swayed from side to side and staggered into the distance. He had to exert force a few times to adjust his body before he was able to stabilize his body. However, just as he stabilized himself, the earth-splitting battle Tiger King's tail was like a steel whip that could shatter the sky as it lashed towards him. The air was shattered as the shadow of the whip swept across the sky. With a paw sound, it was as if it wanted to split Chu Mu's body in two. Unable to dodge in time, Chu Mu quickly activated the Iron Spine Ring, and the Iron Spine Light Armor was activated. In an instant, the armor spread from his fingers and quickly covered his entire body. A layer of navy blue covered Chu Mu's body, providing him with a strong defense. At the same time, the Moonlight Sword appeared in his left hand and crossed with the Crimson Blood Sword in front of him, blocking the attack of the earth-shattering Fighting Tiger King's tail. With a loud bang, Chu Mu's body trembled, and he was sent flying backwards like a cannonball. Both his swords vibrated violently, and the web between his thumb and index finger hurt. Both his arms were numb, and the navy blue light armor on his body was shattered, like glass being hammered by a hammer. His chest felt tight, and he had difficulty breathing. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. He flew for tens of meters before he landed, and quickly took 3 steps back before he could regain his balance. A terrifying attack, a terrifying force. If the Iron Spine Light Armor was not equipped with the Iron Spine Ring, this attack would have severely injured Chu Mu, causing him to lose most of his ability to fight. After the successful attack, the earth-shattering Fighting Tiger King roared again, and the sound waves spread out, sending sand and pebbles flying. It suddenly leaped into the air, tens of meters high, and its huge body seemed to block out the sky. It roared with a terrifying aura, like a tidal wave, like a meteor falling from the sky. The aura made Chu Mu feel suffocated. His expression changed, and he channeled all his strength into his legs, and in an instant he retreated quickly. Chapter 1239. The Galaxy Genius Ranking. Chu Mu was at the top of the list with 38,000 points. The second was Bei Chin Lai with 24,000 points. The third was Qin Gang with 24,000 points. The third was Qin Gang with 24,000 points. Bei Chin Lai and Qin Gang were evenly matched in their first fight. They were also evenly matched in the competition for the Galaxy Genius ranking. Sometimes Qin Gang would be ranked higher, and sometimes Bei Chin Lai would be ranked higher. No matter how they switched positions, they still could not catch up to Chumu. Zhu Tiantong, who was pushed to the 4th place, was very depressed. He, who was originally at the top of the list, had his ranking dropped again and again. Now he had fallen to the 4th place, and there was a gap of a few thousand talent points between him and the 2nd and 3rd place. Unfortunately, he did not obtain any fortuitous encounter. Zhu Tiantong made up his mind to leave the team and act alone. Chumu, who ranked 3rd on the Galaxy Genius ranking and Heaven Ascension ranking, had become the pride of the 5 Elements Sword sect. He was the symbol and representative. Xiang Yi, one of the vice sect masters of the Dark Knight Sword sect, felt as though his face had been slapped swollen. He left the 5 Elements Sword sect, feeling too ashamed to stay. Chun Gang and Bei Chin Lai hunted rank 3 void beasts to improve themselves. At the same time, they were looking for Chumu, intending to kill Chumu. However, they did not know that Chumu was in the depths of Tiger Stream. Chumu rushed out of the earth-shattering Tiger King's territory as fast as he could. He was safe now. The earth-shattering Tiger King had its own territory, and they were very territorial. As long as one did not enter their territory, they would not care. Therefore, after escaping from the earth-shattering Tiger King's territory, it gave up on chasing after Chumu. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his chest was swollen. There was a burning pain, and the muscles in his legs felt like they were being torn apart. He was injured, both internally and externally. Fortunately, it was not serious. After adjusting his breathing, he sat down cross-legged and used the advanced Qi training technique to heal his injuries. His physique also used its self-healing ability, healing the slightly torn muscles in his legs little by little. After the treatment, Chumu filled his stomach. Thinking back to what had happened just now, he still felt terrified. The earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Originally, he had made a guess based on the increase in strength of the crimson-eyed wolves and ironback wolves. He had thought that with his current strength, which allowed him to kill the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King with a single slash, he should be able to contend with or even kill the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King. However, the reality was the complete opposite. He had almost been killed instantly. If not for the fact that he had coincidentally managed to raise his sword intent from the beginner level to the initial level, as well as the fact that he had put in a lot of effort to comprehend it, as well as his final struggle, he would have been killed by the earth-splitting Battle Tiger King's terrifying aura. There was nothing he could do about it. The aura of the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King was simply too frightening. It was at least 10 times stronger than the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King. Furthermore, it was charging down from the mountain, so with the amplification effect, it was even more tyrannical. The beginner's sword was shattered, the blood coagulated, the limbs stiffened, and it was difficult to move. Even the mind was paralyzed, unable to move and unable to react. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, his sword had broken through to the initial level and resisted the aura of the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King. His mind recovered, and so did his body. Thus, he was able to dodge the attack by a hair's breadth. Just as he steadied himself, and before he could do anything else, the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's attack was upon him. With a terrifying swing of its tail, Chumu could not dodge at all. He could only take the attack head-on. Fortunately, he had the ironback armor, the wolf shadow armor, and the crossed swords to block the attack. Under these 3 layers of defense, the ironback armor was shattered, but he still suffered some minor internal injuries. This was enough to show how powerful that swing was. This made Chumu realize that with his current strength, he could not contend with the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King at all. The earth-shattering Battle Tiger King had not used its beast strength, nor did it use any beast techniques. He made a prompt decision to retreat. He was prepared to die. Fortunately, the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King had a strong sense of territory. Its strength is much stronger than mine, and its speed is also faster than mine. Its aura is terrifying. It is difficult to find a chance to counterattack. After thinking for a while, Chumu muttered to himself, "The earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's strength is probably comparable to that of an ordinary rank 4 Beast King." Comparable to an ordinary rank 4 Beast King? This was Chumu's guess. He had not seen a rank 4 beast before, so he was not sure. However, a rank 4 beast was a mid-level beast, and a rank 3 beast was a low-level beast. Not only was there a difference of 1 grade, there was also a difference of 1 level. This was like the difference between the 3rd and 4th heavenly layers. Other than the difference in strength, there were also differences in other aspects. I have to continue to improve and become stronger. Only then will I be able to fight the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King. Chumu made up his mind. He had to find other earth-shattering battle tigers in Tiger Stream and increase his strength as much as possible. It would be best if he could increase his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer of Chi cultivation. Only then would he be able to grasp more techniques and kill the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King. He had to prepare for battle with all his strength to kill the Tiger King. Right now, his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the 3rd heavenly layer of body transformation and the 0th level of the 3rd heavenly layer of Chi cultivation. Within the 3rd heavenly layer, there was still a lot of room for improvement. He had mastered 3 sword techniques: the rank 2 sword technique break and the rank 2 sword technique double annihilation flame. When he used the rank 3 sword technique night meteor, because his sword intent had reached the small success stage, the power of these 3 sword techniques had increased significantly. His footwork was the rank 4 battle tiger steps, which surpassed high-grade footwork. It could condense one's aura and suppress one's attacks, tidying up, cultivating, and then sitting down cross-legged to comprehend. The earth-shattering battle tiger was an earth-attributed beast. The beast techniques they grasped were earth-attributed and could cause the earth to tremble. Within Tiger Stream, the fluctuations of the power of earth were the clearest and strongest. Chumu had fought with the earth-shattering battle tiger many times, and his understanding of the power of earth had gradually deepened. This time, he planned to comprehend the power of earth in one go. Closing his eyes, he held his breath and concentrating his energy and comprehending. The dense aura of the power of earth drifted in the air, aiding Shao Qin in his comprehension. In his mind, the scene of the earth-shattering battle tiger activating its beast techniques flashed again and again. It felt like the trembling of the earth came from below him. Originally, the more one comprehended the power of the world, the harder it was. However, if there were specific conditions, it could be improved significantly, allowing one to comprehend it faster. Environment, experience, accumulation, sudden inspiration, and many other factors were indispensable. Chumu only felt that his body seemed to be getting heavier and heavier. Outside, specks of brown floated and gathered. It was as if the shadows of mountains were compressed and added to his body, making him feel heavy. Sitting on the ground, Shao Chen felt like he was connected to the earth, communicating with it. He could feel its movement and its sturdiness. Sturdiness and sturdiness carried all things. All sorts of comprehensions appeared in Shao Chen's mind. As he sorted them out, his thoughts became clearer. In his spiritual world, a strand of brown energy slowly condensed. You comprehended the rudimentary power of earth, obtained 1,000 genius points. 1,000 genius points was not a lot for now. However, it was a good start. His genius points had reached 39,000. While comprehending the power of earth, Chumu's exhausted energy was slowly recovering. After he woke up, his essence, chi, and spirit had all recovered to their peak. The hunt continued day and night. The earth-splitting battle tiger suffered a calamity. It was targeted by Chumu one by one. It was not killed by Chumu and absorbed the void energy to increase its strength. Instead, before it was killed by Chumu, it would be toyed with by Chumu and forced to use its full strength. This would facilitate Chumu's comprehension of the battle tiger step and aura. Chu Mu was also trying to see if he could imbue earth energy and other energies into his sword to attack. However, the difficulty was several times higher than imbuing fire energy and metal energy at the same time. It was impossible for him to do it in a short period of time. Even with Chu Mu's current cultivation, he was unable to use the power of vibrating sword intent, metal, and fire for a long time. The power was stronger than a rank 1 sword technique and was close to a rank 2 sword technique. The energy consumption was quite obvious. If he added another power of earth, the power would be greater than a rank 2 sword technique. The energy consumption would undoubtedly increase. In addition to these, Chu Mu also consciously trained his footwork. The battle tiger steps increased the condensed aura and used it to suppress others. However, when facing an opponent with a stronger aura, the effect was not obvious. Furthermore, it could only be used in the beginning. If he was in a battle, the battle tiger steps would not be able to be used. Chu Mu felt that he needed a new footwork, one that was suitable for dodging and moving nimbly in close combat. After the battle with the earth-splitting battle tiger, some ideas gradually appeared in his mind. However, he still needed more comprehension to become clear. Only then would his inspiration burst forth. The Azure Sky virtual world seemed to have the ability to increase the comprehension ability of the geniuses. It was as if it could shorten the time needed to comprehend a sword technique in the outside world. It might take a few years or even longer to comprehend a sword technique in the outside world. But in here, the time was shortened by hundreds of times. Everyone was buffed in the same proportion, so it was fair. It was also because of this that Chu Mu was able to comprehend sword intent and the power of heaven and earth in less than 10 days and create his own sword technique and footwork. Increase, increase, increase. When his body cultivation reached the 7th layer of the 3rd sky of Qi cultivation, he ran out of food. With the strength of the 7th layer of the 3rd sky of body cultivation and the 0th layer of the 3rd sky of Qi cultivation, he was still unable to contend with the earth-splitting battle Tiger King. However, his food was already exhausted. Chu Mu had no choice but to temporarily leave Tiger Stream and return to the Dark Night tribe to replenish his food and other supplies. He left behind 10 strands of 3rd-grade void energy that he hadn't absorbed yet. What was worth being happy about was that because the Scarlet Blood Sword had been constantly fighting and absorbing the blood essence of the earth-splitting battle Tiger King, it had been accumulating strength. It was showing signs of evolving once again. He believed that when he challenged the earth-splitting battle Tiger King again, the Scarlet Blood Sword would have evolved once again and become a 4th-grade void spirit sword. Turning his head back to look at the Tiger Stream, Chu Mu said to himself, "I will be back soon." Then he took a step forward and started running at full speed. Suddenly, a thought appeared in his mind. It would be great if he could master a movement skill. At least, it would be very useful during a long journey. Then he thought about it again. There were still many things that he needed to comprehend. He didn't have enough time and energy. Chapter 1240. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, shining brightly like a huge fireball. It was burning fiercely, releasing an extremely high temperature. The light and heat seemed to be able to melt stones. His footsteps did not stop, and he moved fast all the way back to the Night Dark tribe. Chu Mu found that many people he met along the way had reached the 2nd sky of cultivation. They were either in the body refinement realm or in the Qi refinement realm. Only a few of them were in the 2nd sky of Qi and Qi refinement realm because it took a lot of resources and time. Not all geniuses could afford it. As time went by, the potential of the geniuses gradually burst out. Some of the people who had not been on the list had rushed to the top and occupied a place. Returning to the Night Dark tribe after a few days, it felt like years had passed. The Night Dark tribe was still the same, and the people were still the same. However, their spirit, appearance, strength, and aura had changed significantly. In just a few days, a few famous people, such as the Thunder King Bei Chenlai and the Blood Devil Qingang, had become famous. As for Chu Mu, Apart from occupying the first place on the Galaxy Genius list, he rarely appeared in public. His reputation was not as great as the others. His return didn't attract much attention. There were very few people in the Night Dark tribe during the day. Almost all the geniuses had gone into the wilderness to hunt void beasts. However, Chu-Mu still met a few people. "You are Chu-Mu?" A person had been staring at Chu-Mu for a long time before he walked up and asked politely. "I am," Chu-Mu said. "I am Su-Ming, a deacon of the Thunder Hall." The person introduced himself. "We would like to invite you to join our Thunder Hall. The Hall Master has promised you the position of Deputy Hall Master." "Who is the Hall Master?" Chu-Mu asked. "Our Hall Master is the Thunder King Bei-Chin-Lai," Su-Ming said. "Bei-Chin-Lai? So it's him." Chu-Mu nodded. "Please tell your Hall Master that I appreciate his kindness, but I already have an organization." Our Hall Master said that the competition in the future will not be within a tribe, but between tribes. He wants to integrate all the forces in the Night Dark tribe into one force. Only then can we fight against the other tribes. Thank you for your kind intentions, but no one can say for sure what will happen in the future. Chu-Mu said indifferently. He felt that this Bei-Chin-Lai was quite far-sighted. However, this was not enough reason for him to join the Thunder Hall. After saying this, Chu-Mu ignored Su-Ming. Su-Ming didn't continue to pester Chu-Mu. Instead, he stared at Chu-Mu's departing back and took out a strand of ethereal chi. Following this, the ethereal chi seemed to burn. "Shopkeeper, 400 strands of Tier 1 Void Chi. Let's replace them with 4 strands of Tier 3 Void Chi," Chu-Mu said as he took out 4 strands of Tier 3 Void Chi. "Absolutely." The shopkeeper of the bookstore was very happy. Although the quantity of Void Chi was much less, a difference of 100 times, the quality was 100 times better. It was like taking 400 $1 bills and 400 $1 bills. After happily receiving the 4 strands of Tier 3 Void Chi, the shopkeeper stared at Chu-Mu and clicked his tongue in amazement. "Little friend, you have surprised me once again. Not only can you kill Tier 3 Void beasts, but your cultivation has also increased to the 3rd sky of Void Chi cultivation," the shopkeeper said. "Do you need any other cultivation methods?" "I already have all of them," Chu-Mu said. "It seems that little friend is very lucky." The shopkeeper stroked the small mustache on his chin and pondered for a moment. Then he said, "Little friend, do you know that there is actually a barrier outside the Night Dark tribe?" "Barrier?" Chu-Mu didn't understand. "There is a barrier outside every tribe. This barrier separates the center of the heavenly green virtual world from the other tribes. The center of the heavenly green virtual world is the habitat of mid and high-level void beasts. Only by breaking the barrier can you enter the center of the heavenly green virtual world and hunt higher-level void beasts and obtain higher-level void chi." The shopkeeper stroked the small mustache on his chin and shook his head. "How do I break the barrier?" Chu-Mu asked. "You will know when the time comes," the shopkeeper said with a mysterious smile. "Thank you for your advice. Chu-Mu will leave now," Chu-Mu said. Although the shopkeeper was a little cunning, he knew more than Chu-Mu. After leaving the bookstore, Chu-Mu went to the restaurant and asked the restaurant to prepare a lot of dried food and delicious meat and vegetables. He also prepared a dozen jars of wine and a few bottles of water. He also enjoyed a good meal. After walking out of the restaurant, he looked at the sky and didn't go back to the wooden house. Instead, he went out of the Night Dark tribe again. As soon as he walked out of the Dark Night tribe, before he even stepped onto the wooden bridge, he saw a muscular silhouette walking towards him. His short purple hair was standing straight up, and his face was handsome. His facial features were sharp and cold, and his eyes were bright, as if there were lightning flashing in them. He was wearing a purple armor with exquisite patterns on it, and his chi was aggressive. There were countless arcs of lightning flashing around him. There was a long sword on his shoulder, and the body of the sword seemed to be slightly curved, making it more suitable for slashing. A strong aura was emitted from the man's body. The air around him was filled with lightning. Chu Mu and the man met on the wooden bridge. They were facing each other face to face. "Chu Mu," the man in the purple lightning armor said. His voice was overbearing, like thunder in the sky. "Beichin Lai." The name flashed in Chu Mu's mind. "It is my honor to be remembered by Lord Chu," Beichin Lai said. There was not the slightest hint of joy in his voice. Instead, his eyes shone with shocking light. Cold lightning pierced through the air. His terrifying will to fight was like thunder from the ninth heaven. In the void, there seemed to be a shocking explosion of thunder. A storm was coming. Chu Mu didn't move in the face of Beichin Lai's sudden burst of fighting spirit and shocking thunderous aura. Compared to the earth-shattering fighting Tiger King's aura, Beichin Lai's aura was very weak. He hadn't even condensed his aura yet. As expected of Lord Chu, "If we were anywhere else, I would definitely fight you with my full strength," Beichin Lai said. He withdrew his violent and tyrannical aura. "If Brother Beichin wants to invite me to join the Thunder Hall, you don't have to say it," Chu Mu said. "In that case, I won't say much. However, I hope Lord Chu can consider it," Beichin Lai said. Said Beichin Lai. Supremacy Chu was an honorific title. Because Chu Mu was at the top of the ranking, no one could shake his position. Therefore, he was called Supremacy. Surnamed Chu meant Lord Chu. "We'll talk about it later," Chu Mu said. "Then I won't disturb Lord Chu. By the way, Chun Gang is looking for Lord Chu. His strength is not weaker than mine," Beichin Lai reminded. "However, I believe Lord Chu is not afraid of Chun Gang." Beichin Lai's words made Chu Mu curious. Although they hadn't fought, judging from Beichin Lai's aura, Chu Mu could tell that Beichin Lai was very strong. Both his qi and qi cultivation had reached the third heavenly layer. He should have just entered the third heavenly layer. Since Chun Gang was not weaker than him, he must have had a great, fortuitous encounter. After meeting with Beichin Lai and exchanging a few words, Chu Mu quickly left. Beichin Lai also turned and left. They ran all the way without stopping. Even if a foe beast wanted to attack Chu Mu, as long as it didn't come close, Chu Mu ignored it. He would only kill foe beasts that appeared on his way. The sun was setting in the west, and the afterglow of the setting sun dyed half the sky red. The setting sun was like blood, and the white clouds seemed to be burned by flames. It was a beautiful scene. When Chu Mu arrived at Tiger Stream, it was already dusk. He had 15 jugs of wine in his spatial ring. Each jug was 5 kilograms. In addition, there were several jugs of water and a lot of dry food. There was no flow of time in the spatial ring, and it was also in a vacuum state. It could maintain the freshness of the food to the greatest extent. Hot food could be taken out after 10 days or half a month, and it would still be warm. Chu Mu had used up all 6 strands of third-grade Fo Qi. The food stored in the spatial ring was enough to last him a month. Third heavenly layer of body transformation, 7th stage, and third heavenly layer of Qi transformation, 0 stage. I've raised them all to the peak of the 9th stage. As soon as he entered Tiger Stream, Chu Mu attracted another earth-splitting war tiger. The earth-splitting war tigers that he had killed before reappeared a few days later. They had only appeared to increase Chu Mu's Fo Qi. After killing them, he did not obtain any orbs of light. Instead, he obtained 5 strands of third-grade Fo Qi. He directly absorbed them, increasing his strength by 500 kilograms. As for Beichin Lai and Chun Gang, they had been forgotten by Chu Mu. Comparatively speaking, the earth-splitting war tigers were more attractive. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. Chu Mu did not consume much strength. He only dealt with each earth-splitting war tiger, practicing his footwork, and then killed them. He continued to harvest third-grade Fo Qi. His body transformation cultivation rose from the 7th stage of the 3rd heavenly layer to the 8th stage, and then from the 8th stage to the 9th stage. At night, After the earth-splitting war tiger went berserk, its strength was even more tyrannical. The beast's skills it released were twice as strong. However, the pressure it brought to Chu-Mu did not increase. When the difference in strength reached a certain level, the reduction of one's strength was not obvious. Night turned to day. Day turned to night. The sun and the moon alternated. Time flowed and space changed. Finally, Chu-Mu's body transformation cultivation reached the peak of the 9th stage of the 3rd heavenly layer. This was the limit. He felt a bottleneck. A huge bottleneck. It was dozens of times stronger than the bottleneck from the 2nd heavenly layer to the 3rd heavenly layer. He had a feeling that no matter how much 3rd grade faux qi he absorbed, he would not be able to break through this bottleneck. He had to master a 4th grade cultivation method and practice it. His body transformation cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer. Next, he should increase his qi cultivation. His incomparably tyrannical physical strength, a total of 79,999 kilograms, surged within his muscles, causing Chu-Mu to feel as if his muscles were about to tighten at any moment. He also knew that this was because he had yet to break through to the 4th layer of the heavenly layer. His control of his own strength was not complete enough. Tiger Stream was very big. Last time, Chu-Mu had spent several days and was still unable to walk through it. This time he had more than enough time. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Chu-Mu's qi cultivation was also clearly improving. On the 6th day, he had once again absorbed a few strands of 3rd grade faux qi and transformed them into inner qi. His inner qi surged. Finally, he reached the peak of the 9th stage of the 3rd heavenly layer. The Scarlet Blood Sword also welcomed a new evolution. Chapter 1241. His cultivation base had already reached the pinnacle, and the Crimson Blood Sword had also evolved to the 4th grade. Although he had made some progress in his footwork and swordsmanship, he had not made a breakthrough yet. However, his cultivation base had increased significantly, and his strength had increased significantly. Chu-Mu felt that the current him should be able to contend with the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's strength. He entered the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's territory with ease. He released his aura and condensed it continuously, forming a huge sword in the air. That huge sword was lifelike, and its aura was like a tidal wave. The earth-shattering Battle Tiger King felt a familiar provocation, and it let out an earth-shattering roar. Formless ripples appeared in the air, and a huge earth-shattering Battle Tiger King appeared in the air. It roared towards the sky and once again charged towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not move from his spot and continued to release his aura. With the sword intent in his body, he was invulnerable. The ground started to tremble, and the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's huge body appeared in front of Chu-Mu's eyes. The red and black lines on its body were like a python. The earth-shattering Battle Tiger King recognized Chu-Mu. Last time it had let him escape. This time it would definitely kill him. While releasing his aura and resisting the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's terrifying aura, Chu-Mu silently calculated the distance between them. Last time, under the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's aura, he could not withstand it. Fortunately, he had a breakthrough in his sword intent. But this time his sword intent had stabilized, and he could withstand it head-on. However, he still felt that he was at a disadvantage. Lin Fan lifted his right foot and suddenly took a step forward. His aura rumbled, and his body leaned forward. He lifted his left foot again, and it landed heavily on the ground again. Step by step, Lin Fan's speed became faster and faster. An incomparably powerful aura rose from his body, and that huge sword was even more shocking. Using the Battle Tiger Steps, Lin Fan used the essence of his footwork to condense his aura, making it even more powerful. The collision of auras was like the sound of a tsunami. The earth-shattering battle tigers outside the territory all looked up, and when they felt the aura of a king, they all prostrated themselves on the ground. As their auras collided, Chumu's body involuntarily trembled. The aura condensed by the war tiger steps was on the verge of collapse. His inner chi exploded. An incomparably powerful force reverberated within his body like a surging tide, causing Chumu's physical strength to increase layer by layer, exceeding the standard of 50,000 pounds. The incomparably powerful chi and blood also caused his collapsed aura to reform and collide once again. The earth-shattering sound was like thunder from the 9 heavens, almost causing the earth to collapse. His battle intent surged like a tide. The moonlight sword and the scarlet blood sword were in each hand. The scarlet blood sword that had reached the 4th grade was different from the 3rd grade. Not only was it tougher, it was also sharper. Its ability to absorb essence blood had also been strengthened to a certain extent, and a new ability had been developed. Reverse nurturing. That's right, the scarlet blood sword that had reached the 4th grade, after absorbing essence blood, most of it would be used to accumulate energy for the next evolution. A small part of it would be converted into pure energy to replenish the energy consumed by the sword wielder, speeding up his recovery. The huge and tiny figure rapidly approached. The huge tiger paw raised, as if a mountain was pressing down. Just as the two sides were about to collide, Chumu's feet turned. His body was as light as a swallow, as agile as a monkey, and as agile as a leopard. In the blink of an eye, he quickly dodged the tiger paw. Soaring into the sky, his 2 swords slashed towards the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's neck. With a boom, the earth shook, and a huge palm print appeared, forming a deep depression. The sword light was swift and fierce, but the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King raised its other paw, as if it was swatting a fly, and a terrifying gust of wind came pressing down. As the wind blew, Chumu hurriedly circulated his chi, and his body moved with the wind like a willow branch. Although he had yet to create a new footwork and movement technique, under the guidance of his consciousness during this period of time, his use of high-grade footwork and movement techniques had become even more outstanding. He could barely do it. The thick steel whip-like tail lashed out, shattering layers of air. Chumu hurriedly dodged, and with a boom, the ground was hit by the tail. As the ground shook, a 3-inch deep and several meters long trench appeared. The edges of the trench were full of traces of cracks. The earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's attack style was no different from the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's, except that it was faster, stronger, and more explosive. Chumu constantly circled around the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King. The moonlight sword's sharpness was completely unable to hurt the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King. Only the scarlet blood sword could cause damage to it. Circling, dodging, counterattacking, looking for an opportunity to use his swordsmanship. But the opportunity was extremely hard to come by. Finally, Chumu found an opportunity. He hurriedly used his 2nd-grade swordsmanship, armor-piercing. With the scarlet blood sword, its power was even stronger. As the sword struck out, a line of golden-red light pierced through. The earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's reaction was fast, and it hurriedly dodged. The attack did not hit its vital points, but only its forelimbs were cut. It broke through the tough skin and cut open more than an inch of flesh, causing blood to spurt out. The injured, earth-shattering Battle Tiger King was enraged. Terrifying bestial energy, fluctuations exploded from its body, rushing to its body. It was as if a peerless beast had awoken, causing Chumu to almost suffocate. The earth-shattering Battle Tiger King raised one of its paws, condensing its bestial energy. The tiger paw, which was not small to begin with, expanded to the size of a millstone and slammed down with a loud bang. His eyelids trembled, and the space between his eyebrows trembled. A strong sense of danger engulfed his entire body, almost paralyzing him. Chumu hurriedly unleashed all his strength, stomping on the ground and leaping up. Previously, when the earth-shattering Battle Tiger Kings used this move, Chumu had dodged in the same way. The ground shook, but he was not affected in midair. Sure enough, the ground within a 30-meter radius of the earth-shattering Battle Tiger Kings huge paws shook violently, as if there was a great earthquake. Chu Mu, who had leaped up, seized the opportunity to attack the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King with his two swords. Suddenly, his expression changed. This was because he felt the air shaking violently from below. It made him feel as if a boat was in the middle of the sea, swaying and swaying. Immediately, a terrifying aura condensed below him. A dark brown earth spike instantly broke through the trembling ground and shot up into the sky, piercing towards Chu Mu. His two swords slashed down, hitting the sharp tip of the earth spike. The huge rebound force caused Chu Mu to fly up into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack. Before he could even heave a sigh of relief, the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's bestial energy fluctuations continued to surge into its tail. The tail seemed to have swelled up, and in the midst of vibrations, it lashed out violently, splitting into 9 tails, densely covering the sky. Each tail released a terrifying aura that could destroy everything, and lashed towards Chu Mu, who was in midair. It was difficult to dodge in midair, so Chu Mu could only activate the iron spine ring once again. The iron spine armor covered his entire body, and his 2 swords exploded, performing the grade 2 sword art, double flame kill. Raging flames slashed wildly, colliding with the tiger's tail. A terrifying force exploded, and the sword vibrated violently. The impact of the force shattered the iron spine armor, and the wolf shadow armor was also slightly damaged. Chu Mu's entire body flew backwards, his chest feeling stuffy. In the blink of an eye, he flew tens of meters away, landing on the ground. He retreated to reduce the force of the impact and stood firm. While his hands were still feeling pain, the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Intense bestial energy fluctuations surged within its mouth, gathering together, and suddenly it let out an earth-shattering roar. A ball of white gas larger than a human head, like a cannonball, spun at high speed, emitting a shocking whistling sound, and flew towards Yi Shiwen at a speed that was difficult to follow with the naked eye. In the midst of the sharp roar, Chu Mu's eyelids twitched. Instinctively, he relied on his instincts that had been honed from countless life and death experiences to explode with all his strength, and quickly jumped to the side. With a loud boom, the ground was blasted apart and dust flew everywhere. A huge crater of more than 10 meters in diameter appeared. Chu Mu's face paled, and he secretly rejoiced. If he had been hit by the attack, there would have been nothing left of him. The earth-shattering Battle Tiger King was enraged, and it had actually released 3 bestial skills in succession. After rolling 1 round on the ground, Yi Shiwen quickly got up. He did not dare to stay any longer, and hurriedly moved at high speed. The earth-shattering Battle Tiger King once again madly rushed over. The earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's strength had once again exceeded Chu Mu's expectations. It had actually mastered 3 bestial skills with terrifying power. Yi Shiwen activated the wolf shadow armor, and his body became light. He quickly dodged the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's tiger paw attack, and rushed to the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's abdomen, and attacked with his sword. The earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's abdomen suddenly contracted, and a dull sound like thunder exploded from its abdomen, causing Chu Mu's head to swell and the power of his sword to weaken. Yi Shiwen hurriedly rolled on the ground, avoiding the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's stomp. Yi Shiwen's steps were like that of a dragon and snake, and he also dodged the attack of the tiger's tail. Yi Shiwen's potential was forced out, and he did not dare to be distracted in the slightest, because if he was distracted, he could be hit, and if he was hit, he would definitely die. Chu Mu's body was covered in dust, and he was in a very sorry state. However, he did not care in the slightest, because he did not have the heart to care. The earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's attacks were extremely berserk. Wherever its tiger paws landed, the ground would collapse, and the sand and stones would shatter into powder. The powder flew up, and it was as if a cloud of smoke was floating in the air. Chu Mu dodged time and time again, and looked for opportunities to counterattack. His sword intent, metal force, fire force, and vibration force were all added to his two swords, increasing their sharpness, especially the grade 4 Scarlet Blood Sword, which was extremely sharp. It left wounds on the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's body, causing blood to flow. The Scarlet Blood Sword's blood-sucking ability was even stronger. Every time it cut open the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's skin, it would absorb a bit of blood. Once or twice was nothing, but after a few more times, the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King would gradually lose its strength. Chu Mu's nerves were highly concentrated, and they were as taut as the strings of a zither. It was as if they were on the verge of breaking. Under the incomparably huge pressure, his potential was also slowly being developed. The application of his footwork became more nimble, and the application of his body movement became more nimble. When advancing and retreating, it was not as difficult as before. In the small space, he began to be able to dodge better. The area within a radius of a few thousand meters had become the battlefield of Chu Mu and the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King. It was a life and death battle. Chu Mu was at a disadvantage from the start, but he stubbornly held on, relying on his own strength and strong will, resolutely not retreating. The last time he retreated, it was because of the absolute disparity in strength. This time, the disparity was not that great, and he could continue to fight. He would not retreat. Chapter 1242. He was determined to fight to the death. He firmly believed in his own strength. He firmly believed that he could kill the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King in the end. Fight, fight, fight. Chu Mu went all out. The wolf shadow armor on his body was accidentally grazed by the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's sharp claws. The tough wolf shadow armor was as weak as paper under the Tiger King's sharp claws. The damaged wolf shadow armor lost its ability to activate and was reduced to an item of concealment. After a long battle, the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's skin was cut open by the Scarlet Blood Sword. After absorbing some of its blood, the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King became extremely irritable. It unleashed another round of powerful beast skills, causing the surrounding ground to shatter. Chu Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He had suffered internal injuries. Because of the continuous high-intensity sword attacks, the muscles in his arms were sore. The battle with the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King was much more difficult than the battle with the Scarlet-Eyed Wolf King. Up until now, Chu Mu had been relying on his willpower to support himself. Actually, he had used up a lot of his strength. Fortunately, after the Scarlet Blood Sword evolved into a grade 4 illusionary spirit sword, it gave birth to a reverse nurturing ability. Although it wasn't very strong, it could at least allow Chu Mu to recover some of his strength. After he used up some of his strength, he would be able to recover some more. The earth-shattering Battle Tiger King, whose blood had been absorbed by the Scarlet Blood Sword, was in a worse state. Its strength and speed had clearly decreased. Its roars were also gradually becoming weaker. However, it was still terrifying. As long as it was hit head-on, it would definitely die. It raised its paw, and a strong wind whistled. It was like a huge meteor falling towards Chu Mu. A terrifying pressure pressed down on him, wanting to shatter Chu Mu. Chu Mu opened his eyes with difficulty. Facing the huge pressure, he used his incomparably strong willpower to support himself. He raised his feet and quickly retreated, dodging the attack of the tiger paw. With a boom, the ground beneath the tiger paw collapsed. The earth trembled and dust flew everywhere. The sand and stones around the tiger paw shot out like locusts. This paw had also used up a lot of the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's strength. When it wanted to raise its paw, it slowed down for a moment. Taking a deep breath, it dug out all the strength in its body, causing its internal and external strength to erupt. It took a heavy step forward, its aura surging like a heavenly sword. Step by step, his aura became stronger and stronger. War tiger steps, raising the Scarlet Blood Sword. He gathered the last of his strength. Sword will, metal force, vibration force, and finally fire force. It was as if night had fallen, shrouding the sky and the earth. Suddenly, a stream of light appeared, like a meteor streaking across the sky, wandering in the darkness. Third grade sword technique, night meteor. The dazzling and stunning sword light was as beautiful and magnificent as a shooting star in the night sky. The light that bloomed in an instant made the darkness lose its color. This was the third time Chu Mu had used night meteor in his battle with earth-shattering Battle Tiger King. Yi Liuxing's might increased greatly with the support of initial mastery of sword intent. She seized the moment when earth-shattering Battle Tiger King was stunned and attacked. The razor-sharp scarlet blood sword instantly pierced through earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's chest, penetrating all the way to the hilt. The scarlet blood sword continuously absorbed earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's blood. Shortly after, traces of pure energy flowed from the scarlet blood sword to Chu Mu's palm, entering Chu Mu's body, restoring the energy that Chu Mu had consumed. With a trace of fresh energy, earth-shattering Battle Tiger King recovered slightly. Under the pain of being pierced by the sword and having its blood absorbed, it lowered its head and attacked fiercely. Rejoicing that he had recovered a trace of energy, Chu Mu hurriedly lowered his body, avoiding earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's bite. He tightly grasped the scarlet blood sword's hilt, continuously absorbing the traces of pure energy to restore his strength. Its huge body was still strong. It suddenly turned around, and with an incomparable force, it threw Chu Mu more than 10 meters away, rolling a few times. Earth-shattering Battle Tiger King did not chase after him. Instead, it turned around and quickly ran towards the depths of its territory. It was actually trying to escape. At this point in the battle, even the ferocious earth-shattering Battle Tiger King was a little scared and did not dare to continue fighting. Covered in dust, Chu Mu quickly got up and panted a few times, trying his best to regulate his breathing and recover as much energy as possible. The scarlet blood sword would continuously absorb earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's blood. If there were no accidents, earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's blood would be sucked dry by the scarlet blood sword, and it would die of blood loss. Knowing this, Chu Mu was not in a hurry to chase after it. Instead, he panted a few times, calming his heart and breathing. After that, he sat down cross-legged, cleared his mind of distracting thoughts, and circulated the high-level Qi training manual to recover his exhausted inner Qi. Recovering inner Qi was much easier than cultivating it. Chu Mu did not need to fully recover. Just a part of it would be enough. And in the process of recovering inner Qi, his body's physical strength would also gradually recover. Just now, he had fought an intense battle with earth-shattering Battle Tiger King for half an hour. It was the most difficult battle Chu Mu had fought since he had entered the Azure virtual world. Fortunately, Tiger Stream was the habitat of a rank 3 elite virtual beast. Even with Bei Qinlai and Qingang's strength, they could not move freely here. Furthermore, earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's territory was in the deepest part of Tiger Stream. Therefore, Chu Mu's intense battle with earth-shattering Battle Tiger King was not interrupted by a third party. After about an hour, Chu Mu's inner Qi had recovered by 40%, and his physical strength had also recovered by 30%. He took out some food from the space ring and ate it, converting it into energy to speed up the recovery of his physical strength. The muscles in his arms and legs did not hurt as much as before. He gripped the moonlight sword tightly, stood up, and started to chase after earth-shattering Battle Tiger King. Earth-shattering Battle Tiger King did not leave behind any bloodstains, but its paw prints were too obvious, allowing Chu Mu to track it down smoothly. In the process of tracking, his physical strength and inner Qi recovered naturally, although it was very slow. Earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's territory was more than 10 times larger than earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's territory. Chu Mu spent nearly an hour before he reached the deepest part of the territory, where he saw the entrance to a huge cave. Earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's paw prints disappeared into the cave. Chu Mu's inner chi had recovered by 50%, and his physical strength had also recovered by 50%. He had a considerable amount of combat strength. Holding the moonlight sword tightly, Chu Mu walked into the cave with a faint light, illuminating the surroundings slightly. A soft, mournful cry came from the depths of the cave. Chu Mu could tell that it was earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's cry. Chu Mu did not dare to let down his guard. He was highly focused. Although the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King was stabbed by the scarlet blood sword, its ferocity had left a deep impression on Chu Mu. His footsteps were slow. After walking for about half an hour, his vision gradually brightened. Chu Mu had entered the belly of a cave. The belly of the cave was very large, and there was plenty of light. Chu Mu could see everything clearly. Earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's enormous body was lying in the depths of the cave. It seemed to have lost a lot of weight, and its aura was much weaker. Chu Mu also discovered that there was a crystal coffin beside the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King. Inside the crystal coffin, he could vaguely see a person. It was a little hazy and a little far away. With the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's body blocking his view, Chu Mu could not clearly see who was lying in the crystal coffin. Earth-shattering Battle Tiger King had also noticed Chu Mu's arrival. This was a creature that it hated for walking upright. It struggled to stand up, but the scarlet blood sword in its chest continued to absorb its blood. Its body continued to wither, and it was extremely difficult for it to stand up. Its aura was getting weaker and weaker. With great difficulty, it stood up and roared at Chu Mu. It felt like it was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Even so, earth-shattering Battle Tiger King still did not give up. Chu Mu took a deep breath. Even though the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King was gradually weakening, his aura still surged. His battle intent was like an inextinguishable flame, making Chu Mu feel solemn. Even though it was only a faux beast and not a human, it was still an opponent. A strong opponent, an opponent worthy of respect. Chu Mu decided to use his strongest sword, move, to bury the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King. As Xiao Chen accumulated his strength, his aura surged, and his battle intent surged. The moonlight sword trembled, and a cold light flashed like flowing water. This sword move was like a bright moon shooting star that streaked across the sky. It was white, holy, resplendent, and filled with killing intent. Rank 3 sword technique, Night Meteor. Facing Chu Mu's strongest sword move, earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's for limbs dug into the ground. It opened its bloody mouth and roared at Chu Mu, piercing the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's forehead. The sharp tip of the moonlight sword pierced through the skin between the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's forehead, piercing through its skull and into its brain. All the energy exploded in its brain, and the sword went straight into the sword hilt. With a final cry, the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King struggled and fell to the ground. The earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's huge body did not lose its aura. However, once it died, it no longer had the strength to resist. The scarlet blood sword absorbed its blood at a much faster rate. Soon, the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King was reduced to a bag of bones. Streams of aura floated up from earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's body. There were 40 strands of rank 3 faux chi, twice as many as the faux beast kings that Chu Mu had killed before. Furthermore, there was 1 rank 4 faux chi. Aside from the rank 3 and rank 4 faux chi, there were also a few balls of light. There were 4 balls of light. 3 of them were transparent and 1 was brown. Just by looking at these, one could say that it was a great harvest. Compared to when he had killed the Scarlet-Eyed Wolf King and the Iron-Back Wolf King, this harvest was twice as much. It was worth Chu Mu's difficult battle, and worth the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's tyrannical might. This earth-shattering Battle Tiger King was simply a tycoon. Even if he had to die, he would die in battle. Using the rank 3 sword technique, Night Meteor, with all his strength, had consumed 30% of Chu Mu's physical strength and 30% of his inner chi. With 20% of his physical strength and 20% of his inner chi left, even if there was a sudden attack, Chu-Mu would be able to react, dodge, or counterattack. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the 40 strands of rank 3 Fo Chi and 1 strand of rank 4 Fo Chi that were closest to him. He first stored them into his spatial ring. Then, Chu-Mu grabbed the 4 balls of light. The first one that Chu-Mu grabbed was the brown ball of light. It was the size of a fist. When the ball of light entered his hand, it shattered and Chu-Mu absorbed it. Instantly, a stream of information flowed into his mind, and a figure appeared in his mind. Chapter 1243. Wang Hu Battle Art. 4th grade cultivation method. Cultivates both chi and energy. Condenses one's aura and increases one's combat power. The information that poured into his mind made Chu-Mu very happy. 4th grade cultivation methods were superior to advanced cultivation methods. Moreover, it could cultivate both chi and energy at the same time. There was no need to separate the body cultivation method and the chi cultivation method like before. It could save half the time. With a 4th grade cultivation method, Chu-Mu also had a chance to raise his chi and energy cultivation to the 4th fold heaven and enter the middle level, achieving a large leap in strength. It was also because of the large leap in strength that it was more difficult to break through. Even with the cultivation method, there was no guarantee that he could break through in one go. But no matter what, it was always a good thing to obtain a 4th grade cultivation method that could cultivate both chi and energy. Chu-Mu grabbed the other 3 transparent light balls one by one. With a pop, they shattered. Immediately, he underwent a big transformation. The broken wolf shadow armor on his body disappeared, and the worn wolf shadow shoes on his feet also disappeared. In their place was a brand new armor. The armor was dark brown with a faint golden luster. It was very tight, as if it was tailor-made. It was not a leather armor like the wolf shadow armor, but a real armor. It had the tattoo of a war tiger, and its shoulders were like the head of a tiger. It was mighty and domineering, and it was ferocious without losing its vigor. 2 metal bracers appeared on both arms. There were also tiger head patterns on the back of the arms. They were lifelike, as if they would open their mouths and let out a soul-shaking roar at any time. Leg armor and tiger head shoes also appeared on the legs. The whole set was a tiger-patterned armor set. It seemed to be one, but in fact it was made up of 3 parts. Pieces of information also poured into Chu-Mu's mind. War tiger armor set. 3rd grade phantom armor. It has extraordinary defensive power and can resist the sharpness of a 4th grade phantom sword. War tiger armor set. 3rd grade phantom armor. It has extraordinary defensive power and can resist the sharpness of a 3rd grade phantom sword. It increases the wearer's strength by 10%. Battle Tiger sets greaves. Grade 3 ethereal armor. Possesses decent defensive power. Can block the sharpness of grade 3 ethereal swords. Increases the wearer's speed by 10%. Additional attribute of the Battle Tiger set. After collecting all the armors, you will obtain the strength of the Battle Tiger, which can be activated once every 24 hours. After activation, your aura will increase by 50%, your defense will increase by 30%, your strength will increase by 30%, and your speed will increase by 20%. It's actually a set, and it even has special attributes. Chu-Mu was even more delighted. He carefully calculated the increase in his strength after obtaining the Battle Tiger set. The Battle Tiger armor was a Tier 3 Void Spirit Sword, but its attribute was defense. Not only could it block the sharpness of a Tier 3 Void Spirit Sword, even a Tier 4 Void Spirit Sword would have a hard time breaking through it. Its defense was astonishing, and its survivability was increased by a lot. The Battle Tiger armor set was also a Tier 3 Void Spirit armor. Its defensive power was at a normal level. It could only block the sharpness of a Tier 3 Void Spirit Sword. Its attribute was a passive increase in strength. In other words, as long as one wore it, their strength would increase. To a chi condensation sword artist, a 10% increase in strength was negligible. But to a body transformation sword artist, a 10% increase in strength was very good. Chu Mu's body cultivation was at the peak of the third layer, 9th level. His strength was 79,999 kilograms. Now that his strength had been increased by 10%, he had an additional 79,999 kilograms, instantly surpassing the 80,000 kilogram threshold. But because his cultivation hadn't broken through to the 4th heavenly layer, his control over this strength wasn't enough. Even if his strength surpassed a 4th heavenly layer, there was still a gap. The Battle Tiger leg armor was the same as the Battle Tiger arm armor. It was also a grade 3 void spirit armor that could block the sharpness of a grade 3 void spirit sword. Its attribute was a 10% increase in speed, and if one jumped a few times on the spot, one's body would become lighter. 40 strands of Tier 3 void spirit chi and 1 strand of Tier 4 void spirit chi, as well as a Tier 4 void spirit chi cultivation method, as well as a Battle Tiger armor set. Chu Mu's harvest from killing the earth-splitting Battle Tiger King could only be described as a bountiful harvest. With a feeling of satisfaction, Chu Mu looked at the crystal coffin. Just as he was about to take a closer look, a voice rang out, startling him. Chu Mu has slain a Tier 3 void spirit beast king, the earth-splitting Battle Tiger King. He has opened the Dark Night tribe's boundary barrier and connected to the Azure Sky region. This is a great merit, and a Dao comprehension token is hereby awarded. Chu Mu has slain a Tier 3 void spirit beast king, the earth-splitting Battle Tiger King. He has opened the Dark Night tribe's boundary barrier and connected to the Azure Sky region. This is a great merit, and a Dao comprehension token is hereby awarded. Chu Mu has slain a Tier 3 void spirit beast king, the earth-splitting Battle Tiger King. He has opened the Dark Night tribe's boundary barrier and connected to the Azure Sky region. This is a great merit, and a Dao comprehension token is hereby awarded. A grand voice suddenly rang out, echoing throughout the entire Dark Night tribe. Even the low-level void spirit beast region was included. The voice was so grand that it seemed to come from beyond the heavens. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens, shocking everyone. Chu Mu, it's Chu Mu again. Senior brother Chu is really too incredible. Damn that Chu Mu. After a while, the crowd finally reacted. Many of them were shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. They were still working hard to obtain Tier 2 void spirit chi from killing Tier 2 void spirit beasts. But Chu Mu was already able to kill Tier 3 void spirit beast kings. Of course, most of them knew that the earth-splitting Battle Tiger King that Chu Mu had slain was a Tier 3 void spirit beast king. In fact, Tier 3 void spirit beast kings and Tier 3 void spirit beast kings were 2 different concepts. This point was not recorded in detail in the books. It was a secret information, so not many people knew about it. The difference between Tier 3 void spirit beast kings was like the difference between Tier 3 void spirit beasts and Tier 3 void spirit beasts. It was because the earth-splitting Battle Tigers were all elite 3rd rank void beasts, and not a single one was normal. As the king of the earth-splitting Battle Tiger species, the earth-splitting Battle Tiger King was naturally also an elite 3rd rank void beast king. Thus, Chu Mu's harvest was so great after killing it. He was not the only one who had gained a lot. The Scarlet Blood Sword had absorbed the earth-splitting Battle Tiger King's essence blood, and its color had become even brighter. Obviously, it had been greatly nourished. Chu Mu had also recovered 10% of his strength and inner chi. Some people sighed in admiration, while others were unhappy and jealous. They were still risking their lives and working hard, but Chu Mu was at the top of the list. Now he had caused a huge commotion. As the 5 Element Sword Sect's senior brothers, most of them were very happy when they heard the news. After all, Chu Mu was a member of the Five Elements sword sect. As expected of revered Chu, he's at the top of the list, far ahead. Bei-chin Lai raised his head and looked at the sky. After 3 breaths, he lowered his head and muttered to himself with a smile, "However, I will catch up and surpass you." Bei-chin Lai was about to kill a rank 3 Void Beast King. In another place, Chin Gang was fighting an intense battle with a rank 3 Void Beast King. He dodged the rank 3 Void Beast King's attack and retreated rapidly. "Chu Mu, so you're at Tiger Stream. After I kill this Void Beast King, I'll look for you and cut you down with my sword." Chin Gang's voice was filled with terrifying killing intent. After the 3 announcements, Chu Mu was dumbfounded. He had become famous in an instant. Originally, he had been at the top of the list quietly. Now he had become famous with a bang. An aura appeared from the void and quickly condensed. In the end, it turned into a yellow medallion in front of Chu Mu. The medallion was simple and unadorned. It gave off a feeling of vicissitudes, as if it had been through countless years, leaving behind an aura. There were 2 ancient words written on the medallion. Chu Mu had never seen these words before. However, when Chu Mu grabbed the medallion, he immediately understood what it was. Tao Comprehension Medallion. After activating it, one would enter an independent space and obtain a chance to comprehend the Tao. It was extremely rare. Chu Mu thought for a moment and put away the Tao Comprehension Medallion. He would use it at a crucial moment. The effect would be better. Right now, he was experiencing one joyous event after another. He was doing his best to calm his heart. After adjusting his breathing a few times, Chu Mu calmed down. He took a step forward, and his figure flashed. He appeared before the crystal coffin and saw what was inside. There was a person, a woman who was completely naked. Her long silver hair was exquisite and pure. Her face was exposed from top to bottom. However, her hair wrapped around her body, covering her chest and lower body. Her face was so exquisite that it looked like it was carved from jade. She gave off the feeling of a child who had not grown up yet, but she also had a mature charm. It was a little contradictory, but it was also very harmonious. It did not feel awkward at all. Most importantly, this exquisite face gave off an ethereal feeling, as if it did not exist in reality. Her eyes were tightly shut. Chu Mu guessed that her eyes must be very beautiful. This face seemed to have gathered the essence of heaven and earth. It was indescribable with words. Chu Mu could not help but take a few more glances. This was the first time he was attracted to a woman. Unfortunately, it was a woman who was in deep sleep. Chu Mu's gaze moved down carefully. Her skin was as white as jade. It seemed to have a penetrating feeling, making Chu Mu have an impulse to reach out and gently caress it. Her slender body and slender legs were intertwined under her silver white hair. She was like a fairy, but she was lying in the crystal coffin. He could not feel any aura from her. Chu Mu could not help but feel a trace of pity in his heart. Although he was very surprised that there was such a crystal coffin in the earth-shattering Battle Tiger King's cave, and although he was surprised that there was such a fairy in the crystal coffin, Chu Mu did not move. What he was more curious about was that the Dark Knight tribe was connected to the Azure Sky domain. The Azure Sky domain was the habitat of mid-grade and high-grade void beasts. Chu Mu's current cultivation had already reached the peak of Heavenly Layer 3. No matter how much rank 3 void chi he absorbed, he would not be able to break through. Due to various reasons, Chu Mu wanted to enter the Azure Sky domain to hunt for rank 4 void beasts. Just as he turned around and was about to leave the cave, a voice suddenly rang out in Chu Mu's mind. "Take me away." Chapter 1244. A crystal coffin appeared in Chu Mu's interspatial ring. A blood-red figure entered the tiger stream and entered the territory of the first earth-shattering battle tiger. A tyrannical and terrifying aura surged out like smoke signals. It was extremely eye-catching and attracted the attention of the earth-shattering battle tiger. This blood-colored figure was none other than Chin Gang. He cultivated the great blood demon technique and wore the blood demon set. Qin Gang's entire body was blood red. His entire body was emitting a monstrous, bloody aura. His ferocious might was astonishing. His goal in coming to Tiger Stream was to find Chu Mu. His blood-red, short hair stood up like steel needles. Qin Gang's eyes were also dyed with a layer of faint red, looking demonic. The earth-shattering battle tiger madly rushed over and let out a shocking roar. Its aura condensed and transformed into a ferocious tiger that roared in the sky. Aura condensed. Qin Gang coldly snorted, seemingly disdainful. His body trembled, and an even more ferocious aura surged from his body. It surged in the sky and condensed into a faint, blood-red, demonic figure. The blood-red, demonic figure fluctuated as if it would be blown away by the wind. With the blood-red, sawtooth, great sword in his hand, Qin Gang clenched it tightly and his power surged. The blood-red, demonic figure in the sky seemed to condense even more. It lowered its body, and its faint red eyes stared at the earth-shattering battle tiger that was madly rushing over. The earth-shattering battle tiger's aura was the strongest. The earth-shattering battle tiger madly rushed over and suddenly pounced, releasing its strongest attack without using any of its beast skills. Not only did Qin Gang not dodge, his body moved and instantly rushed forward. His speed was extremely fast, and he transformed into a blood-red figure, with a terrifying whistling sound. It was as if he had merged with the great sword in his hand. Like a red storm, he blasted towards the earth-shattering battle tiger. The collision was earth-shattering. The earth-shattering battle tiger's tyrannical body shattered under the red storm. Its flesh and bones flew everywhere. The blood splashed onto Qin Gang's blood demon set and was absorbed by it, causing the color of the blood demon set to become even brighter. The red aura on Qin Gang's body also became denser. So this is the earth-shattering battle tiger? Qin Gang's face revealed a demonic smile. Too weak. Qin Gang felt that the earth-splitting battle tiger king's strength wasn't that great after all. Thus, he didn't think highly of Chu Mu, who had killed the earth-splitting battle tiger king. Powerful strength gave him great confidence. Qin Gang felt that he could kill Chu Mu. The territory of the earth-shattering battle tiger king should be in the depths of the Tiger Stream. As Qin Gang advanced, he would kill any earth-shattering battle tiger he encountered. The unique characteristics of the Blood Demon set and the Blood Demon Grand art made it so that every time he fought, not only would he not expend any energy, but his strength would also increase due to the absorption of blood. Moreover, his aura would also become more condensed. As he killed the earth-shattering war tiger, Qin Gang continuously absorbed Tier 3 void energy. The Blood Demon set and the Blood Demon Grand art also absorbed the earth-shattering war tiger's blood. Qin Gang's strength grew stronger and his aura grew stronger. After walking out of the cave, Chu Mu, who was about to leave the earth-shattering War Tiger King's territory, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He raised his head slightly and looked at the sky in front of him. There seemed to be traces of red mist permeating the air, and a demonic aura could be felt from afar. The demonic aura caused Chu Mu to frown slightly. Qin Gang, not long after, a figure shrouded in a faint red mist appeared. He was clad in bright red armor and a blood-red cloak that fluttered in the wind as he walked. He looked like a blood-red devil. His red hair stood up like steel needles, and his originally rigid face had a demonic aura due to the cultivation of the Blood Demon Grand art. His eyes were faint red as he stared at Lin Huang. Chu Mu had only seen Qin Gang once. This was the second time. He was shocked by Qin Gang's huge transformation. There were some changes in his appearance and his strength. Looking at the blood-red armor on Qin Gang's body, Chu Mu knew that the armor was extraordinary. It might even be better than his War Tiger set. Chu Mu, today I will kill you. I will use your blood to nourish my Blood Demon Grand art. Qin Gang also saw Chu Mu approaching. Step by step, Qin Gang's aura grew stronger and stronger. His voice was filled with killing intent, and there was even a trace of demonic madness in it. Although he had only met Chumu once, and only fought with Chumu once, that time was an unforgettable humiliation. Under his deliberate sneak attack, not only did he fail to kill Lin Huang, he even killed him with a single sword strike. Not only did he suffer a loss, but he also became a laughingstock. A laughingstock for failing a sneak attack and being killed in an instant. Chun Gang swore that he would definitely take revenge on Chumu. After obtaining the Blood Demon Grand Art and obtaining the Blood Demon Grand Art, his temperament had changed. The desire for revenge in his heart was constantly magnified. "You don't have the ability," Chumu said indifferently. "You will soon know whether I have the ability or not." Chun Gang was not angry. He grinned, his white teeth shining brightly with the red mist. The aura on his body rose and condensed, turning into a blood-red, demonic shadow. It was even more condensed than when he first entered Tiger Stream. An incomparably strong aura crushed over, filled with demonic aura. Those whose aura was not as strong as Chun Gang's would immediately be affected. Their minds would be in chaos, and they would find it difficult to use their strength. However, Chumu would not be affected. His aura was not weak at all. The aura in the air condensed into a huge sword, facing the blood-red demonic shadow from afar. The huge sword slashed down from the sky. The blood-red demonic shadow roared and pounced over crazily, as if it wanted to tear Chumu to pieces. The sword fell, and the blood-red demonic shadow trembled. It was cut open like a thin piece of paper. Chun Gang's body trembled, and his expression changed drastically. His mind was in chaos, and his thoughts almost stopped. When one's aura was broken, it would greatly affect one's mind. The moment one's aura was broken was the best opportunity to attack. As an expert proficient in grasping opportunities, Chumu naturally grasped this opportunity firmly, instantly drawing his sword. Xiao Chen's sword shot out like a beam of light, instantly traversing dozens of meters and rapidly approaching. If nothing unexpected happened, this sword strike would be able to kill Chun Gang again. Just as the sword approached, something unexpected happened. The blood demon set on Chun Gang's body suddenly released a layer of scarlet light, blocking Chu Mu's scarlet blood sword. Chun Gang took this opportunity to react. A terrifying killing intent condensed on the blood-red sawtooth greatsword. The heavy sword chopped down like it could split a mountain. After the heavy sword chopped down, it suddenly changed. Killing chi filled the air, and a dense scarlet light burst out. It was like a mountain of corpses, and a sea of blood appeared before Chun Gang, with countless corpses floating in the air. Chun Gang's physical strength was very strong. When combined with the blood demon greatsword in his hand, the might he displayed was even more terrifying. The scarlet light filled the air, covering the sky and the sun. As soon as Chun Gang reacted, he exploded with a terrifying counterattack. He completely displayed his strength, causing Chu Mu to be shocked. But it was merely a shock. Although Chun Gang's strength was tyrannical, it was still inferior to the earth-splitting battle Tiger King. The scarlet blood sword slashed out. Under the support of the small success sword intent, the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood was instantly shattered. The scarlet light shattered and disappeared. Chun Gang finally realized that there was still a clear gap between his current strength and Chu Mu's. Although he was unwilling and angry, he did not lose his mind. He still had a trump card and he directly used it. The Blood Demon set's attribute, Activate. A terrifying, baleful aura surged out from the Blood Demon set, like a mist spreading out. Chu Mu immediately felt his heart jump, as if a peerless demon was about to awaken. The scarlet mist slightly dispersed, and Chun Gang's appearance had greatly changed. His scarlet hair fluttered in the wind, and two scarlet lights shot out of his eyes, revealing the length of an inch, as if they were burning. Blood Demon Possession. With a swoosh, the scarlet hair shot out, piercing toward Chu Mu like swords. It was incomparably sharp, piercing through the sky, wanting to turn Chu Mu into a sieve. The scarlet blood sword slashed out, blocking the Scarlet Hare's attack. His wrist turned, and the sword slashed down. It was the second-grade sword art, flame double kill. Amidst his strange laughter, Chen Gang's body flickered, turning into 3 scarlet shadows. It was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake. He dodged Chu Mu's sword and counterattacked from 3 different directions. Under the blood demon possession, Chen Gang's strength was even stronger and faster, and he could release the shadows to confuse his opponent. The moonlight sword appeared in his left hand, and he used the dual sword art, instantly shattering the 2 shadows. One sword blocked Chen Gang's attack, while the other slashed toward Chen Gang's neck. Chen Gang was shocked, and he hurriedly leaned back to dodge. A cold light flashed past his throat, causing him to be horrified. The blood demon great art was fully activated. The Scarlet Hare was like a sword, attacking Chu Mu from all angles. The blood demon great sword was heavy and fierce, attacking crazily, wanting to kill Chu Mu. Chu Mu advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, dissolving Chen Gang's crazed attacks one by one and seizing an opportunity to counterattack. Under the blood demon possession, Chen Gang's strength had increased greatly, but under the dual sword art, Chu Mu's strength had also doubled. Chu Mu was still stronger than Chen Gang. Using the sword art, the sword light was like a meteor in the night sky, cutting through the darkness and the sky. It was incomparably fast, exceeding the speed of Chen Gang's thoughts, and pierced his neck. Chen Gang's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and shock. "I told you, you don't have the ability to kill me," Chu Mu said indifferently, pulling out the scarlet blood sword. Chen Gang's mouth moved slightly, but he couldn't say anything. His whole body twitched, and his eyes gradually lost their light and vitality. His body fell back to the ground. Slowly, he faded under Chu Mu's gaze. Unfortunately, the blood demon's suit on his body faded with his body and disappeared. As soon as Chen Gang died, his genius points decreased by more than 4,000 points. His cultivation in a certain aspect dropped to the second sky, and his ranking dropped to the 3rd place. Chen Gang is dead. Bei Chen Lai, who had sensed the change in the Galaxy Genius list, was startled. He thought for a while and speculated what had happened. Chu Mu, Zune Master, is indeed powerful. Bei Chen Lai's strength was on par with Chen Gang's, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Chen Gang wasn't a match for Chu Mu, and Bei Chen Lai wasn't a match for Chu Mu either. However, having a goal to pursue was always very motivating. Chen Gang, who had been resurrected by the resurrection steel of the Night Dark Tribe, hated Chu Mu even more. Chapter 1245. Chen Gang's strength had changed tremendously between the first time he saw him and the second time he saw him. Apart from Chen Gang's talent, he had also obtained the blood demon set through a fortuitous encounter. However, no matter what, Chen Gang had died under Chu Mu's sword the first time. Although Chu Mu had spent more time and energy the second time, he had still managed to kill Chen Gang. Chu Mu didn't feel that killing Chen Gang was anything special. This was only an opponent who believed himself to be infallible. It wouldn't give him any sense of accomplishment. Inside the spatial ring, there was an enlightenment token and a crystal coffin. There were also 40 strands of 3rd-grade void energy and 1 strand of 4th-grade void energy, as well as some food and wine. The food and wine were enough for him to eat for a while. Hence, Chu Mu decided not to return to the Night Dark Tribe, but to the Tianqing region. The border of the Night Dark Tribe disappeared. After leaving the Tiger Stream, he would be able to enter the Tianqing region. As Chu Mu headed towards the Tianqing region, he split his attention to comprehend Wang, whose battle art. He had obtained Wang Hu's battle art and was familiar with its contents. However, as a 4th-grade technique, it was not that easy to grasp its essence. If he cultivated without grasping its essence, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Only after grasping its essence would he be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Once he grasped the essence of Wang Hu's battle art, Chu Mu would cultivate and try to break through to the 4th level as soon as possible. By then his strength would increase tremendously. This was because the 4th level belonged to the middle level, while the 3rd level belonged to the lower level. Chu Mu killed Night Underworld tribe's 3rd rank elite void beast king, successfully breaking through the border barrier and connecting to Heavenly Azure region. Other tribes also successfully killed 3rd rank elite void beast kings, breaking through the border barrier and connecting to Heavenly Azure region. For example, Gul Wankong had killed 3rd grade void beast kings much earlier than Chu Mu. There were also Qin Aoxian and the others. However, until now, there were not many people who had killed 3rd grade void beast kings. Hence, there were not many people who could enter the Tianqing region. At night, the sky was filled with stars, but there was no moon. Chu Mu came to the border between the Azure Sky Domain and the Dark Night tribe. There was a river that was several hundred meters wide, separating the Dark Night tribe from the Azure Sky Domain. Under the starry night sky, the river flowed quietly without any ripples. The starlight was reflected on the river, bit by bit like endless quicksand. It was as if there were countless gems hidden in the river, making people want to explore them. A small boat was slowly sailing on a quiet river. A person sat on the small boat, as if he had turned into a statue, not moving at all. This person was none other than Chu Mu. Chu Mu's eyes were tightly shut, and the aura around his body was very faint, barely discernible. Chu Mu was comprehending Wang Hu's battle art. Chu Mu had obtained this level 4 cultivation technique not long ago. Now, he had already comprehended it to the extreme. He was just a little bit away from being able to comprehend its essence and begin cultivating. A level 4 cultivation technique was much more profound than a level 4 cultivation technique. In particular, it was more profound and mysterious than just cultivating one. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, the night became darker. The small boat stopped in the river and gradually stopped moving, allowing the river to flow slowly. It only created layers of ripples. The contents of Wang Hu's battle art flashed through Chu Mu's mind over and over again. He was already very familiar with the contents, as if he knew them by heart. The only thing left was to pierce through the last thin layer of paper and completely master this technique. After a period of continuous comprehension, Chu Mu gradually grasped that the most important thing about Wang Hu's battle art was its aura. In other words, the essence of Wang Hu's battle art was its aura. A majestic aura, a mighty aura, the aura of a tiger king, the aura of an overlord in the mountains and forests. After comprehending this point, suddenly, everything that he had comprehended before suddenly became clear and connected like a dragon. It was perfect and flawless. Comprehended. Chu Mu finally comprehended the essence of Wang Hu's battle art. In an instant, a domineering and powerful aura erupted from his body, like a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years. It caused the air around him to be pushed out, making a loud, rumbling sound. The aura rippled out layer by layer like the tide, rushing in all directions. The river that was originally flowing calmly around him suddenly exploded, as if a large number of explosives had been thrown into it. The small boat under him, however, was strangely undamaged. After the domineering aura erupted in an instant, it also quickly quieted down. Chu Mu opened his eyes. They shone brightly and were restrained, returning to calmness and becoming deep. Let me make a breakthrough before entering the Tianqing region, Chu Mu thought to himself. He slowly got up. His slender and powerful body stood on the small boat as if the river and the sea could not move him at all. Taking a deep breath and eliminating all distracting thoughts, his body began to move. His 2 arms, legs, and waist coordinated with each other as Chu Mu assumed a posture. At first glance, this posture was a bit strange, but at second glance, it was like a ferocious tiger king that had just awakened from a deep slumber. His aura, continued to rise from his body as if it had awakened from a deep sleep. It became more condensed and more intense. Vaguely, the roar of a ferocious tiger that had awakened seemed to resound in the void, shaking the mountains and forests. Chu-Mu remained in this pose, motionless, as if he had become a statue. His aura continued to rise and condense, becoming more and more domineering, more and more intense, and more intense. It was as if a ferocious tiger king had awakened and stood high on the mountain top, shaking his body and releasing the majesty of a king. Chu-Mu's aura rapidly rose from its weakest state and was gradually fully released. It became stronger and more condensed. Gradually, it condensed into the shape of a ferocious tiger on his body. Wang, whose battle art focused the most on condensing one's aura. The cultivation method was also different from ordinary cultivation techniques. It directly started with one's aura and used it to refine one's body. As time passed, Chu-Mu remained in a fixed pose and did not move at all. However, his aura had risen to the peak. On Chu-Mu's body, the aura completely condensed into a ferocious tiger, a lifelike one. The ferocious tiger stretched its muscles and bones and roared at the river in front of it. The roar caused countless ripples in the river. This roar spread out in the wide river under the night sky, and the sound waves were endless. The domineering tiger aura began to refine Chu-Mu's body. Chu-Mu could only feel his body gradually heating up, as if a powerful external force was constantly hammering his body. This caused his muscles to become even more firm, his fibers to become even more tenacious, and his strength to become even easier to twist into one. The cyclone was also constantly rotating and gradually increasing in speed. Internal qi surged out and flowed along the meridians throughout his body, one cycle after another, making the internal qi constantly condensed and purified, becoming purer and purer. The powerful aura condensed by Chu-Mu's battle art was refining Chu-Mu's body and internal qi. The refining of the body from the outside to the inside gradually affected the muscles and bones. Simply put, body transformation was to temper the body. The body was divided into internal and external parts. The outermost part was naturally the skin and muscles. The first heavenly layer to the third heavenly layer were to temper the skin and muscles. The fourth heavenly layer to the sixth heavenly layer were to temper the bones and muscles. From the outside to the inside, tempering a tyrannical and perfect body was called body transformation. The tiger's aura was constantly refining Chu-Mu's skin and flesh, making it more solid and gradually spreading to the inside. This was a difficulty. If he wanted to break through, he must first overcome this difficulty. Chu-Mu's aura was strong, and it seemed that overcoming this difficulty was only a matter of time. In terms of qi refining, the first layer was to condense the internal qi, the second layer was to turn it into a mass of internal qi, and the third layer was to turn the mass of internal qi into a cyclone. The first layer to the third layer belonged to the lower level. The fourth layer belonged to the middle level, which was different from the lower level. The fourth layer of qi refining not only had more internal qi, but also purer, and had an additional ability to seep out of the body and cover the surface of the skin. This not only made the strength stronger, but also gave the body an additional layer of tough protection. To get the internal qi out of the body, it needed more and purer quality. The aura condensed by Chu-Mu's battle art was constantly refining Chu-Mu's body and muscles. It slowly seeped into the muscles and bones, so that the muscles and bones began to be refined and truly strengthened. The cyclone's rotation speed was getting faster and faster, and the internal qi was getting purer and purer. Under the night sky full of stars, Chu-Mu's figure was completely shrouded by the tiger's aura. Wearing the battle tiger suit, his aura was more condensed, and the refining effect on his body was more obvious. Qi and qi were simultaneously cultivated, and they did not interfere with each other. The difference between 79,999 kilograms of strength and 80,000 kilograms of strength was only 1 kilogram, but the bigger difference was the realm. The difference of 1 kilogram of strength was like a huge gap, dividing the third layer and the fourth layer. Chu Mu's consciousness was completely immersed in cultivation, and he forgot everything. Under the night sky full of stars, the river flowed quietly. There was only the subtle sound of running water, and only Chu Mu's figure. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, the night sky gradually faded and gradually turned white, as if it had been washed. It meant that the night was gradually passing away, and the day was coming again. Suddenly, a strong aura exploded from Chu Mu's body, and it shook in all directions, rumbling like thunder. The boat under his feet could not withstand the sudden explosion of the terrifying aura, and it exploded in an instant, exploding into pieces. The lake water sank like a huge funnel, as if it had been thrown in by a giant beast. Chu Mu's whole body shot up into the sky like a cannonball, and he soared up dozens of meters. At this moment, the strong power was completely released, and it was incomparably strong. At the same time, 2 fleeting voices sounded in Chu Mu's mind, one after the other. The content of the voices sounded so pleasant and delightful. Chapter 1246. Tianqing Domain. I, Beichin Lai, am here. Beichin Lai, who was wearing purple armor, stood beside the river that was hundreds of meters wide. He looked at the other side and announced, "Aside from Beichin Lai, there are hundreds of people who are making wooden boats to cross the river." Although each and every one of them did not possess the strength to fight against a rank 4 void beast individually, they were capable of joining hands. At that moment, each and every one of them possessed the cultivation of the heavenly Layer 3. It had been some time since Chu Mu entered Tianqing Domain. On the Heaven Ascension ranking, Gu Wankong was still far ahead. He was at the top of the ranking. His talent points had reached 91,000 points. The second place was still Qi Naoxian with 86,000 points. Chu Mu was at the third place. It had always been difficult for him to reach the second place because, while he was improving, others were also improving. Moreover, their speed was not slower than his. Chu Mu now had 80,000 genius points, which was 3,000 genius points higher than Yang Zhantian, who was in fourth place. Qi cultivation level forgave Chu Mu 30,000 genius points. Sword Intent Initial Success gave him 5,000 genius points. Gold Force and Fire Force had also reached initial success in Tianqing Domain, giving him a total of 10,000 genius points. In addition, Chu Mu had comprehended another type of force of the heavens and earth. Water Force. Earth Force and Water Force had both reached the entry level, giving him 1,000 genius points each. Now, Chu Mu only lacked one type of force of the heavens and earth, which was the Wood Force. Then he would be able to master the 5 elements force. The sword techniques that he had created were the 2nd grade sword technique, Armor Break, and the 2nd grade sword technique, Double Flame Kill, which gave him 4,000 genius points in total. The 3rd grade sword technique, Night Meteor, also gave him 4,000 genius points. Now he had created a new 4th grade sword technique. This 4th grade sword technique was created not long ago. It was a sword technique based on the power of gold, the power of fire, and the power of earth. Due to the fact that the power of earth was only at the entry level, the level of this sword technique was also at the entry level. However, as long as the power of earth reached the initial level, the sword technique would naturally reach the initial level as well. Chu Mu named this 4th grade sword technique Avicii Purgatory. Once this sword technique was executed, it was as if purgatory had descended, and its might was unimaginably tyrannical. Chu Mu gained 8,000 genius points from a 4th grade sword technique. As for the level 4 footwork Battle Tiger steps, it was also worth 8,000 genius points. Chu Mu had created a new level 4 footwork Roaming Dragon steps before creating the Avicii Purgatory, which also earned him 8,000 genius points. The total number of points from these geniuses was more than 80,000 points. The area of the Azure Sky domain was more than 1,000 times larger than the Dark Knight tribe. Chu Mu had only explored small area, just like the tip of an iceberg. The weakest foe beast in the Azure Sky region was a rank 4 foe beast. However, it was different from the Dark Knight tribe. Foe beasts were not fixed in one area. In one place, one could encounter different kinds of foe beasts. Grade 4 virtual beasts were worthy of being mid-level virtual beasts. Every one of them possessed beast power and could use beast power to increase their own strength, making them stronger, faster, and more agile. A rank 3 void beast strength was 40,000 gene, while a rank 4 void beast strength was 80,000 gene. It was a twofold increase. Normally, rank 3 void beasts did not possess beast power, but rank 4 void beasts possessed beast power. When they used beast power, their strength would exceed the standard of 80,000 gene. The obvious difference between a low-grade void beast and a middle-grade void beast was whether or not they possessed beast power. Ever since Chu Mu had entered the Azure Sky territory, he had killed more than 30 grade 4 void beasts and obtained more than 20 strands of grade 4 void chi. However, the void chi of a grade 4 void beast was obviously different from that of a grade 3 void beast. For example, when Chu Mu was at the second heaven, a strand of grade 3 void beast's void chi could increase his strength by 1,000 gene. When he was at the third heaven, a strand of grade 3 void chi could increase his strength by 100 gene. Now that he was at the fourth heaven, a strand of grade 4 void chi could increase his strength by 100 gene. However, after absorbing more than 30 strands of grade 4 void chi, Chu Mu could only increase his strength by about 7,000 gene. Compared to the 80,000 gene difference between the fourth heaven and the fifth heaven, a strength of about 7,000 gene was insignificant. However, Chu Mu was extremely good at controlling his own strength. His strength increase of about 7,000 gene was better than an ordinary person's strength increase of about 10,000 gene. This was because of the application. In the Azure Sky territory, void beasts would also go berserk at night and become even stronger. Therefore, one had to be even more careful in the Azure Sky territory at night. The sun was setting in the west, and the curtain of night was gradually approaching. Chu Mu sat cross-legged near a river that was dozens of meters wide. Behind him was a forest. Chu Mu's eyes were tightly shut. He was in the middle of comprehending. He planned to comprehend the last of the 5 elements, the power of wood. Comprehending the power of wood meant that he had mastered all of the 5 elements. The power of 5 elements was complete. The sun was setting in the west, and the curtain of night fell. A ray of starlight bloomed in the sky. Soon, the sky was filled with stars. They were like countless eyes blinking in the sky. They were like naughty children, but there was an indescribable profoundness and mystery. However, at this moment, Chu Mu had no time to appreciate it. He did not even know that night had fallen. He was completely immersed in comprehending, feeling the vitality of the forest not far away. However, perhaps because it was nighttime, the forest seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. The vitality seemed to be hidden, making it even harder to comprehend. The power of wood was the main source of vitality. Chu Mu had comprehended it again and again in the recent battles. He had accumulated it continuously. Today he had comprehended it and wanted to attempt to break through and comprehend the power of wood. Chu Mu had a premonition that if he could comprehend the power of wood, when the power of 5 elements was complete, he would be able to improve the power of earth, power of water, and power of wood to the initial realm even faster. When the power of 5 elements increased, the power of the sword skill would also increase. Chu Mu's strength would naturally become stronger. The surrounding rank 4 void beasts had been cleared by him. Now, there were not many people who had entered the Azure Sky territory. Chu Mu could finally comprehend with peace of mind. This was something that could not be helped. There was no absolute safety. He could only find the right time to comprehend. Otherwise, he would fall behind others. At the lower levels, it was easy to advance from level 1 to level 3. However, after entering the intermediate realm, it was not so easy to advance. This was because killing rank 4 void beasts to obtain rank 4 void chi was not as easy as before. Firstly, the strength of the void beasts was much stronger. Secondly, the azure sky territory was vast. Rank 4 void beasts were not as dense as those low-level void beasts. At this time, a good cultivation technique was extremely important. Simply put, when the geniuses were in the various divisions, they were given a chance to quickly improve their cultivation. Once they entered the azure sky territory, it would be more dangerous and the speed of improving their cultivation would be slower. The rank 4 Wang Hu battle art was not very useful to Chumu now. However, he also knew that it was extremely difficult to create a rank 5 cultivation technique with his current accumulation. It could even be said that it was impossible. Even if he was anxious, he could not solve it at the moment. Time passed slowly. The sky was still filled with twinkling stars. Gradually, a ray of dawn appeared in the east. Not long after, a ray of golden sword light pierced through the sky. It tore apart the darkness and illuminated the area. The darkness began to recede, and the day gradually arrived. A golden-red sun released a radiance that was full of vitality. It shone on the earth and woke up everything that was sleeping. It also woke up the trees and flowers. The first rays of the morning sun shone on Chumu's body, dispelling the coldness in his heart and dispelling the darkness in his mental world. A light flashed in his mind, as if something was about to break out of its cocoon. The forest not far away, under the light of the morning sun, seemed to be revived. The morning breeze blew gently, causing the branches and leaves to sway and make rustling sounds. It was like a beautiful piece of music. Early in the morning, when the morning sun rose, everything was revived and the power of vitality burst forth. In a flash, Chumu comprehended it. His body also bloomed with the power of vitality. It was as if a seedling was growing. It broke out of the ground, extended a tender shoot, and then bloomed a tender shoot, growing healthily. You have comprehended the beginner level of the power of wood. You have received 1,000 genius points. A fleeting voice was heard. Chumu's genius points increased from 80,000 points to 80,000 points. Although it increased by 1,000 genius points, Chumu's ranking on the Heaven Ascension ranking did not increase at all. It could not be helped. The difference between him and Qi Naoxian was a few thousand points, not 1,000 points. I have finally comprehended the power of wood, Chumu said with a sincere smile as he opened his eyes. There seemed to be a flash of green in his eyes. Immediately, he subconsciously activated the power of the 5 elements. In his spiritual world, he arranged the 5 elements in the way of mutual generation. Metal generated water. Water generated wood. Wood generated fire. Fire generated earth. Earth generated metal. When the power of the 5 elements was connected and they generated each other, Chumu felt waves of power pass through his spiritual world. They cycled according to the order of metal, water, wood, fire, earth, and metal. They cycled over and over again. Each cycle was a type of refinement. Although it was very subtle, it was constant. Even if Chumu did not try to comprehend it, he would continue to improve as time passed. Among the 5 elements, the power of metal and the power of fire were at the highest level. They had both reached the initial success level. The power of earth, the power of water, and the newly comprehended power of wood were at the lowest level. They were at the initial success level. As a result, the current mutual generation of the 5 elements was not balanced. Its effects were also at the lowest level. However, under the guidance of the initial success level of the power of metal and the power of fire, the other 3 forces of heaven and earth would be greatly affected. They would improve to the initial success level at a faster rate. Once the other 3 forces of heaven and earth reached the initial success level, the power of the 5 elements would be in balance. At that time, the mutual generation of the 5 elements would be even better, restraining the joy in his heart. Chu Mu stood up and looked at the other side of the river. Taking a deep breath, he leapt up and poured strength into his legs before instantly exploding. With a boom, the ground beneath his feet shattered and his entire body was like an arrow leaving a bow. With a shio sound, he flew through the air. Chapter 1247. Crossing the river that was dozens of meters wide, Xiao Chun headed deeper into the azure domain. Chu Mu encountered a rank 5 void beast. The physical strength of an ordinary rank 5 void beast was around 160,000 jin. It could crush a small mountain with a single claw. It was extremely terrifying. This rank 5 void beast was called the mountain-shaking demonic bear. It was 5 meters tall and was covered in black fur. It had a majestic body that looked like a small mountain. Its gigantic paw was extremely terrifying. There was no doubt that it could shatter the earth with a single slap. Bears were originally creatures with thick skin and flesh. Moreover, they possessed astonishing strength. As a rank 5 foe beast, the mountain-shaking demonic bear's strength and the toughness of its fur surpassed ordinary rank 5 foe beasts. Most importantly, this mountain-shaking demonic bear was not an ordinary rank 5 foe beast. Instead, it was an elite rank 5 foe beast. An elite rank 5 void beast had a physical strength of more than 200,000 jin. In addition to the beast strength that it possessed, it was even more terrifying. Moreover, elite rank 5 void beasts possessed powerful beast techniques. Chu Mu felt that he could fight and even kill an ordinary rank 5 void beast with his strength. However, he did not know about an elite rank 5 void beast. Staring at the mountain-shaking demonic bear with a grave expression, Chu Mu felt his blood boiling. His fighting spirit was accumulating in his body and was about to erupt like a volcano. A powerful opponent was worth being excited about. The mountain-shaking demonic bear also noticed Chu Mu. It let out a loud roar that shook the surrounding trees and caused leaves to fall. It was like a rain of leaves. The mountain-shaking demonic bear's gigantic black body brought with it a heavy pressure as it ran towards Chu Mu. Dong! 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 The ground was like a drum. The mountain-shaking demonic bear's 4 limbs were like drumsticks that continuously landed on the drum, causing the ground to tremble. Its gigantic black body was like a mountain that was crashing into Shaoqin. It was like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. Its aura was extremely vigorous and earth-shattering. It was like a mountain that was being squeezed, causing the air to let out a mournful cry. Wherever the mountain-shaking demonic bear passed, footprints 3 inches deep would appear on the ground. Even the hard stones would be crushed under the bear's paws. His body weight definitely exceeded 50,000 kilograms. His speed became faster and faster. With such a collision, even a mountain would collapse. The terrifying aura roared, squeezed, and charged forward. It transformed into a storm, causing Chu Mu's entire body to almost be blown up into the sky. With his black hair fluttering in the wind, Chu Mu's body was as straight as a sword. He exerted strength in his legs and shifted his center of gravity downwards. He stood firmly on the spot as though he was rooted to the ground. He was not affected by the storm at all. Facing the storm, he stared intently at the mountain-shaking demonic bear that was madly charging over. In his eyes, a 5-colored light alternated and rotated. The light was as sharp as a sword. As the mountain-shaking demonic bear rushed over, it let out a roar that shook the forest. In an instant, Chu Mu felt as if he was in a dark place, and there was a terrifying mountain in front of him that wanted to smash him into pieces. An explosive roar collided with the mountain-shaking demonic bear's roar, causing countless shockwaves to spread out in all directions. Shattered rocks filled the sky and shot out, piercing through many trees. The instant the mountain-shaking demonic bear charged over, Chu Mu executed the swimming dragon steps. He was as agile and vigorous as a swimming dragon. In an instant, he narrowly avoided the mountain-shaking demonic bear's charge. The scarlet blood sword was unsheathed, and a bewitching and dazzling scarlet sword light was like a waterfall that cut through the sky. It was like a rainbow piercing through the sun as it passed through the mountain-shaking demonic bear's body. An incomparably obscure feeling caused Chu Mu's hand to tremble. Sparks flew out. The scarlet blood sword only left a white scratch on the mountain-shaking demonic bear's skin. Even though Chu Mu did not inject sword intent or the power of heaven and earth into the sword, the scarlet blood sword had killed the earth-shattering battle tiger king not long ago and absorbed its blood essence. After that, it had killed hundreds of rank 4 foe beasts and 10 rank 5 foe beasts and absorbed their blood essence. It had successfully evolved into a rank 5 foe spirit sword. A rank 5 foe spirit sword sharpness was even more shocking. Its ability to absorb blood was stronger, and its ability to feed back was also stronger. However, the mountain-shaking demonic bear was an elite rank 5 foe beast. Its fur was incomparably tough, far surpassing that of ordinary rank 5 foe beasts. Naturally, it was difficult for the scarlet blood sword to break through its skin without any support. This sword was just a test to let Chu Mu know how strong the mountain-shaking demonic bear's defense was. Its huge body was not easy to control. The mountain-shaking demonic bear smashed a huge and thick tree into pieces before it came to a stop. It quickly turned around and stood up like a human. It raised its incomparably thick bare paw and slammed it down heavily like a huge millstone. With a boom, the earth trembled. A crack spread out like lightning towards Chu Mu. In the blink of an eye, it spread to Chu Mu's feet and split open. Chu Mu quickly tapped on the ground and quickly moved away. It was as if he was trying to avoid being affected by the terrifying power that was tearing the earth apart. After a few steps, the mountain-shaking demonic bear took large strides and walked towards Chu Mu. It opened its mouth and let out a roar. The sound waves were like a storm, causing Chu Mu to lose his balance and almost fly backwards. Its huge paw was covered in a layer of light. That light emitted an incomparably berserk fluctuation as it slammed its paw down. A rank 5 foe beast could circulate its beast energy out of its body and cover its palms and other parts of its body to increase its strength. The power of this palm reached a full 300,000 kilograms. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down, compressing the surrounding air, causing the place where Chu Mu stood to become a vacuum zone. Chu Mu couldn't breathe. His bones, under the pressure of this terrifying power, let out popping sounds like beans being fried. The ground under his feet caved in under his 2 legs. If this palm slammed down, Chu Mu would be smashed into meat paste. Space seemed to collapse as a shocking sound rang out. Chu Mu felt his consciousness distorting. His lesser mastery sword intent erupted and cut off the negative energy. He lifted his foot with difficulty and put it down. He executed the war tiger steps, causing his aura to instantly erupt and rise to the limit. It was like a volcano erupting. In an instant, Chu Mu seized the opportunity and charged forward. He dodged the mountain-shaking demonic bear's attack and leaped up. He was as agile as a swallow as he swept through the air. The scarlet blood sword slashed out, leaving a dazzling scarlet mark in the air. The demonic red light shone on the mountain-shaking demonic bear's eyes, causing it to tremble and instantly shrink back. The sword turned into a meteor and instantly streaked across the sky. Chu Mu directly executed the rank 3 sword technique, Night Meteor, and stabbed towards the mountain-shaking demonic bear's right eye. With his 4th firmament chi cultivation, he could instantly execute a rank 2 sword technique. It could be said that he could do it with ease. Even a rank 3 sword technique could be executed with a little accumulation of power. The moment he charged out, he had already finished accumulating power and executed the rank 3 sword technique, Night Meteor. The higher one's cultivation, the easier it would be to execute a sword technique of a higher level. Moreover, the power would also be stronger. This sword made the mountain-shaking demonic bear feel a great threat. It quickly closed its eyes and channeled its beast energy into its eyelids. At the same time, it slapped out with its huge bear paw. Chu Mu's sword stabbed into the mountain-shaking devil bear's eyelid, but it was blocked by the eyelid that was reinforced with beast power. Just as he was about to exert force, the bear's paw arrived. Chu Mu hastily retracted his sword and fell down, dodging the bear's paw. Xiao Qin turned into a roaming dragon, walking like a dragon. In an instant, he quickly circled around the mountain-shaking demonic bear and appeared behind it. The mountain-shaking demonic bear quickly turned around and slapped at Chu Mu with its paw. This paw was executed with a beast technique. The bear paw seemed to have turned into a real mountain, falling from the sky and covering a radius of several thousand meters. Chu Mu could not dodge. It was vast and majestic, heavy and steady, capable of shattering the heavens and shattering the earth. It was more than 10 times stronger than the palm strike from before. Chu Mu could not breathe at all. The ground under his feet caved in under this horrifying pressure. Unyielding and unforgiving, Xiao Qin gathered his strength and summoned the Moonlight Sword. He first executed the rank 2 sword technique, Flame Double Kill. Then he executed the rank 3 sword technique, Night Meteor with the Scarlet Blood Sword. The 2 sword techniques exploded with tyrannical power. When they collided, a horrifying shockwave seemed to tear everything apart. Chu Mu hurriedly retreated. Dodging the palm strike by a hair's breadth, the mountain-shaking demonic bear abruptly dashed forward. Incomparably violent beast energy surged forth as it once again displayed an astonishingly powerful beast skill. It was the mountain-shaking demonic bear's prized beast skill, Great Mountain Crushing Slam. His aura was so powerful that it could destroy everything in its path. Any mountain in the world would shatter under the might of this collision. The beast technique this time was several times more terrifying than the previous one. The Great Mountain Crushing Strike, as its name implied, could even cause a real mountain to crumble under the force of the strike. As it charged forward, the air in front of it was compressed into a semicircular shape. The degree of condensation was far superior to that of refined steel. Chu Mu's expression changed. He hurriedly executed his footwork. Swimming Dragon Steps was activated to the extreme. He also activated the Battle Tiger set's attribute, Battle Tiger Strength. A fierce tiger's roar came from his body. It was as if a peerless tiger had awakened. The power of the armor on his body surged and condensed into a fierce tiger. It leaped into the air and quickly pounced down, entering Chu Mu's body. In just an instant, Chu Mu's aura skyrocketed. His strength and speed had also clearly increased. His strength had become even stronger. After narrowly dodging the mountain-shaking demonic bear's prided beast technique, Great Mountain Crushing Smash, Chu Mu's chaotic aura was like a small boat bobbing up and down in the turbulent current. It was as if he could break and sink at any moment. Stabilizing his body, Chu Mu accumulated all the energy in his body and continuously gathered it. Astonishing fluctuations were released from his body. The scarlet blood sword in his hand emitted an incomparably shocking light under the support of all kinds of energy. Gold, fiery red, brown. In an instant, the demonic scarlet blood sword began to burn. A terrifying aura that was as deep as the abyss was released. The light in the surroundings instantly dimmed. It was as if the day had passed and the night was about to descend. It was an incomparably terrifying kind of night. This move was called Avicii Purgatory, Chapter 1248. Flames burned the sky, scorched the earth for thousands of miles, shattered heaven and earth, and hell descended. Metal, fire, and earth, the 3 forces of heaven and earth, the powerful small success sword intent, and the terrifying vibrating force were all integrated into the sword, causing heaven and earth to shake. This was the first time the tyrannical 4th rank sword technique had displayed its terrifying might since Chu Mu had created it. Earth fire spewed out. Scorched earth was everywhere. Heaven and earth shook, and hell was everywhere. Roars sounded everywhere, as if the earth had cracked and the sky had collapsed. The mountain-shaking demonic bear was shocked. It roared repeatedly and wanted to rush out of the encirclement of the sword force. However, once the infernal purgatory was unleashed, its power was extremely powerful and confined the surroundings, causing the mountain-shaking demonic bear to be unable to escape. The purgatory force formed by the sword energy bombarded the mountain-shaking demonic bear's huge and strong body, breaking through its tough defense and severely injuring it. Its flesh was cut open, its bones and tendons were torn, and its internal organs were pierced. The mountain-shaking demonic bear was extremely miserable. When everything quieted down, the surrounding ground was scorched black, and smoke was still rising. Hot steam was rising, and countless cracks were everywhere. There was even a faint fiery light spreading out like lava. A huge body with a scorched black surface fell on the ground, and from that body, streaks of void energy floated. There was a total of 6 streaks of 5th grade void energy, but there was nothing else. The harvest was not great. Every streak of 5th grade void energy could increase Chu Mu's strength by 2,000 pounds. 6 streaks would increase his strength by 12,000 pounds. The difference in strength between the 4th and 5th layers was 80,000 kilograms. In total, one layer was 8,000 kilograms of strength. Chu Mu had absorbed over 100 strands of 4th stage void aura and 10 strands of 5th stage void aura. Including the 6 strands he had absorbed now, he had 16 strands of void aura, all of which were used on his body cultivation. At this time, Chu Mu's strength had reached 134,000 pounds, which was the strength of the 6th level of the 4th level, close to the 7th level. Feeling the stronger strength in his body, Chu Mu smiled. His strength had increased, and it also proved how strong he was now. It was enough to kill an elite 5th grade void beast, but it should not be enough to fight against a 5th grade void beast king. After practicing Wang Hu's battle art for a while, the effects on the cultivation of his physical body and inner qi became less and less obvious. I wonder where I can get a higher level qi simultaneous cultivation method. Chu Mu muttered to himself. The grade of Wang Hu's battle art was too low and could not satisfy his needs. He wanted to create a more advanced technique, but he did not have enough experience now. Even if he used the token of enlightenment, it would be difficult to do so. Even if he was lucky enough to create it, it would at most be at the 5th grade level. He could use it now, but when he reached the 5th grade, the effect would not be obvious. Therefore, Chu Mu really wanted to obtain a cultivation method that was at least at the 7th rank. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation methods for a period of time. Suddenly, Chu Mu felt a ripple in his mind. Pieces of information flowed into his mind out of thin air. Figures appeared one after another, assuming different postures. Chu Mu was shocked at first and was very vigilant. However, when he saw the first piece of information, he was attracted by the mystery in it. He read it one by one and combined it with the postures of the figures. After a preliminary understanding, it turned out to be a profound cultivation method for qi simultaneous cultivation. As for what grade it was unclear at the moment. Finally, he finished reading the information that flowed into his mind. There were 9 sections in total. The first section was the general outline, and the 8th section was the core content. There were also 8 postures of the figures, 8 powers of true martial. Chu Mu exclaimed. In the general outline, the name of this qi simultaneous cultivation method was called 8 powers of true martial. It sounded more like the name of some kind of martial arts than a cultivation method, but in fact, it was a cultivation method. Moreover, it was a cultivation method that had reached the 8th grade level. Originally, Chu Mu had only hoped to get a 7th grade cultivation method, and he was very satisfied. He did not expect to get an 8th grade cultivation method that was even more advanced than the 7th grade cultivation method. An 8th grade cultivation method was a powerful cultivation method that could allow him to practice to the eightfold heaven. Why did the 8 powers of true martial appear in my mind? Chu Mu thought of this again. Although this cultivation method was very advanced, it appeared too abruptly. Chu Mu could not believe it. Was it because of a thought in his mind that it appeared out of thin air? Was it his own adventure? He had heard of all kinds of adventures, but he had never heard of this kind. Moreover, it happened directly to him. Or was it not an adventure, but a man-made one? Thinking quickly, Chu Mu wanted to figure it out. However, he did not know where to start. The appearance of the 8 powers of true martial was too abrupt and without any warning. After racking his brains, he still could not come up with anything. Chu Mu carefully comprehended the true martial 8 powers and discovered that there were no flaws in this cultivation technique. It was complete and there was nothing wrong with it. He should be able to cultivate it. However, he did not have enough time to comprehend it. Even if there were any flaws, he could not figure it out. He had to find a relatively safe place and spend some time to study it thoroughly. Is it you? Chu Mu's mind flashed, and he suddenly spoke softly. There was no one around, and he did not get any response. Chu Mu was thinking about the crystal coffin in his interspatial ring. Previously, after killing the earth-splitting fighting Tiger King, he found this crystal coffin in the earth-splitting fighting Tiger King's cave. Chu Mu intended to ignore it, but a voice in his mind begged Chu Mu to take her away. Chu Mu took the crystal coffin with him. Since then, the person in the crystal coffin did not speak a word. Chu Mu also did not deliberately ask her anything. Now that he had obtained the advanced cultivation method of the 8 powers of true martial, it must have something to do with the person in the crystal coffin. There was no response. Chu Mu did not ask again. In his heart, he had already determined that the appearance of the 8 powers of true martial was related to the person in the crystal coffin. Thinking of this, Chu Mu's heart relaxed quite a bit for no reason. His interspatial ring was no longer the original rank 2 interspatial ring. Instead, it was a rank 4 interspatial ring. The internal space of a rank 4 interspatial ring was not 4 cubic meters, but 8 cubic meters. It was much larger than the original 2 cubic meters. After putting it in the crystal coffin, it could store many things. Chu Mu checked and discovered that there was not much food left. If he returned to the Dark Knight tribe to replenish his food, it would take a lot of time. However, if he did not return, there would not be enough food. He might starve to death. This was a dilemma. However, it was fortunate that he had obtained something from a rank 4 Void Beast King. It was a very mysterious item. However, before that, he still had to hunt foe beasts. Otherwise, he would not have any foe chi to use. After some time, he encountered a rank 5 foe beast. Chu Mu directly killed the rank 5 foe beast, obtaining a strand of rank 5 foe chi and putting it away. With a thought, a token appeared in Chu Mu's hand. It was an oval-shaped, black token. There was only one ancient word on the token: transmit. This token was also a faux spirit tool. It could not be used to attack or defend. It also did not have the ability to increase or weaken the target's strength. It was a special faux spirit tool. Its only function was to teleport. After activating the teleportation token, the token in Chu Mu's hand trembled and released a wave of energy that surrounded Chu Mu. Chu Mu was bathed in a layer of faint silver light. The light gradually became denser and denser, enveloping his entire body as if he was wearing a layer of gauze. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed. After 3 breaths, Chu Mu's body was enveloped by the faint silver light. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. A faint silver aura was left behind on the spot that gradually disappeared into the void. After a few breaths, a figure appeared under the resurrection monument in the Night Dark tribe. A few people happened to see him. Isn't that person Chu Mu? That's him. Why did he appear under the resurrection monument? Could he have been killed? As they guessed, they immediately looked up at the Galaxy Genius list and saw that Chu Mu's ranking was still at the top. Furthermore, his genius points had not decreased at all. They could not help but feel that this was very strange. According to their knowledge, one would only appear under the resurrection monument after death. Chu Mu was also very surprised. It turned out that he had appeared under the resurrection monument after being teleported back. Judging by the looks of the people not far away, they must have thought that he had been killed. Chu Mu ignored the astonished looks of these people and headed straight for the restaurant. When he entered the restaurant, he found that it was not as empty as before. There were scattered genius swordsmen eating here. Each of them had reached the third heavenly layer, and their strength and aura were not weak. However, as soon as Chu Mu entered the restaurant, the people who had been talking quieted down and turned to look at him. Their eyes all fell on Chu Mu's face. Those who recognized Chu Mu were all surprised. Chu Mu became the center of attention and sat down unhurriedly. The waiters still recognized Chu Mu because Chu Mu was the first person to enter the restaurant. He had also bought a lot of good wine and food in the restaurant and had left a deep impression on him. The waiter greeted him enthusiastically. Chu Mu asked the waiter to serve a large table of delicacies. There were vegetables and meat as well as good wine. He also instructed the waiter to prepare a large amount of food to take away. Chu Mu's qi cultivation had reached the fourth heavenly layer. His appetite had increased even further. He did not eat much. Seeing that Chu Mu was enjoying a large table of delicacies and good wine, the others were very envious. In comparison, the so-called delicacies on their table seemed a little shabby. Although they dared to come to the restaurant to spend money, they did not dare to order too much delicacies and good wine. Otherwise, they would consume a lot of void qi and their hearts would ache. Chu Mu did not have such concerns. Not only could a fifth stage void qi allow him to eat and drink, but he could also buy a lot of delicacies to store in his spatial ring. Chapter 1249. At night, the Dark Night tribe was brightly lit, which seemed to set off the stars in the sky. After storing food, Chu Mu didn't leave the Dark Night tribe immediately. Instead, he went back to his cabin and sat cross-legged on his bed. He calmed his mind and cleared his mind and started to meditate on the 8 forces of Zhen Wu. The 8 forces of Zhen Wu had a general principle and 8 mnemonics combined with 8 postures. It could be practiced to the 8 levels of qi, which was amazing. Starting from the general principle, he carefully meditated on each word and sentence, and then combined them to meditate on them together. He didn't miss a single detail. The silence of the night gradually faded, and the day came. Chu Mu was still meditating. When the day faded, the night came again, and he was still meditating. It wasn't until the 3rd day that Chu Mu opened his eyes. He had finally finished meditating. The 8 forces of Zhen Wu were complete and could be practiced. It took him 2 days. During these 2 days, many people's talent points had increased. Although Chu Mu was still at the top of the Galaxy Genius list, he was surpassed by Yang Zhantian and Lian Hongyan on the Heaven Ascension list and fell to the 5th place. But Chu Mu thought it was worth it. The 8 forces of Zhen Wu would be his main cultivation method for a long time to come. After meditating, Chu Mu started to practice. The 8 forces of Zhen Wu was an 8th level cultivation method. It could be practiced to the 8 levels of heaven. In theory, one force corresponded to one level of heaven, but there was no requirement that it should correspond completely. For example, Chu Mu was now at the 4 levels of heaven, but there was no requirement that he could only practice the 4th force. Starting from the 1st force, Chu Mu stood in the cabin. He lifted one foot and tiptoed on the ground. He constantly adjusted his subtle movements. This posture seemed simple, but it was actually mysterious. It contained dozens of subtle changes. These changes were difficult to be seen by the naked eye, but they had to be done properly. The 1st force was called Golden Rooster, standing on one leg. To practice the 8 forces of true martial arts, one had to start from the 1st force and lay a good foundation. Chu Mu's current cultivation was at the fourth celestial layer, so it was not difficult for him to grasp the first form. He quickly completed the adjustment and allowed the energy to flow within his body. A unique aura emerged from his body, as if he was a golden rooster standing alone, looking down on a flock of chickens with disdain. After finishing the cultivation of the first form, he immediately began the cultivation of the second form. The second form was called moving like a rabbit. As the name implied, it was like a rabbit running out in an instant. However, the posture was fixed and couldn't run. It could only make slight adjustments to the posture to create a kind of aura like a rabbit running out. Third force. Fourth force, the fourth stage, corresponded to Chu Mu's current fourth heaven cultivation base. Therefore, the feeling of cultivating it was very obvious, but it was still not enough. Fifth force. The fifth force was called ferocious tiger descending the mountain. It was like a ferocious tiger that had awakened and was about to run down from the mountain. In a flash, the aura was boundless. Originally, with Chu Mu's current cultivation, it was not easy to master the fifth force. However, he had fully understood the essence of ferocious tiger descending the mountain when he fought with the earth-splitting Tiger King and the earth-splitting Tiger King. Therefore, he created the level 4 footwork, or tiger steps. Later, he obtained the Tiger King's battle skill, which focused on aura. Therefore, Chu Mu quickly mastered the fifth force of the 8 forces of true martial arts, ferocious tiger descending the mountain. The time it took was about the same as the time it took to master the second force. However, the difficulty of the fifth force was tens of times or even hundreds of times more difficult than the second force. The fifth force corresponded to the fifth heaven. When cultivating with the fifth force, the feeling was very obvious. A hot flow was divided into 2 paths, one to refine the body and the other to refine the internal qi. The effect was obvious. However, Chu Mu felt that it was still not enough. He needed to be stronger. Therefore, after thoroughly mastering the fifth force, he began to work on the sixth force. With the first 5 forces as a foundation, Chu Mu tried again and again. It took him a total of 5 days to master the sixth force. At this time, his ranking on the Heaven Ascension list had dropped again. He had fallen to the 11th place and had fallen out of the top 10. Chu Mu's drop in ranking naturally made many people happy and anxious. However, there was no way to interfere. They could only hope that Chu Mu would quickly improve. On the Galaxy Genius list, Bei Chenlai, who was ranked 2nd, had his talent points increasing rapidly. He was quickly approaching Chu Mu and seemed to be showing signs of surpassing him in one fell swoop. Chun Gang, who had lost thousands of talent points, not only recovered, but also increased a lot. He was almost comparable to Bei Chenlai. The competition was extremely fierce. The effect of the sixth force was very strong. It felt as if he was continuously absorbing and refining level 4 void qi. In just one day, Chu Mu's body cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th heavenly layer 9th level. Then he began to improve his qi cultivation. Although each strand of level 4 void qi could only increase Chu Mu's strength by about 100 kilograms, the continuous absorption and refinement of the void qi still had an amazing effect. After another 2 days, Chu Mu's qi cultivation had also reached the peak of the 4th heavenly layer 9th level. 10 days had passed since he had returned to the Dark Knight tribe. In these 10 days, his ranking on the Heaven Ascension list had constantly dropped. He had fallen from the 3rd place to the current 28th place. On the Galaxy Genius list, Bei Chenlai's talent points had reached 80,000. He was only 1,000 points away from Chu Mu. It seemed that Chu Mu's position on the Galaxy Genius list would be lost soon. Chu Mu was very clear about the changes in the rankings on the 2 lists. However, he was not panicked at all. After strolling around the Dark Knight tribe, he returned to his wooden house. He sat cross-legged on his bed and regulated his breathing. When his essence, qi, and spirit reached the peak, he got out of bed and began to move his body. Now he had completely mastered the sixth force of the 8 forces of true martial. However, the seventh force was 100 times more difficult than the sixth force. It was like the huge gap between the seventh heavenly layer and the sixth heavenly layer. It was the gap between the intermediate level and the advanced level. Therefore, he had reached a bottleneck and could not master the seventh force in a short time. Otherwise, the effect of the seventh force would definitely be many times better than the sixth force. He assumed the sixth force. The sixth force was called the devil ape propping up the sky force. He propped up his arms as if he were holding up the sky. His feet stepped on the ground. Suddenly, his body became towering and his momentum became majestic. He was indomitable. A tyrannical power was born, gathered, and surged in his body. The heat flow surged. It was as if he was in the middle of a vast ocean. Countless waves washed over him continuously. After maintaining this posture for an hour, Chumu began to feel that his internal chi was purifying and growing slightly. His physique was also strengthening little by little. His strength was increasing little by little. He had reached a higher level. Time passed by little. Chumu was also improving little by little. I feel that it won't be long before I can complete the creation of this sword skill. At that time, I will gain thousands of genius points and surpass Chumu in one fell swoop. Bei Chen Lai was secretly delighted. He had also changed the way he addressed Chumu, from Chumu to Chumu, because very soon this honor would be replaced by him. Chumu's body trembled, and an extremely tyrannical power instantly shot out from his body. The 2 waves transformed into a terrifying and incorporeal power that slammed into the wooden house's walls, causing the wooden house to almost crumble. A wave of energy appeared, blocking the impact and protecting the wooden house, preventing it from causing too much of a commotion. However, the sound of the force hitting the wooden house could not be blocked. It spread out into sound waves, startling the people passing by. They all looked at Chumu's wooden house, not knowing what had happened. Physique cultivation has broken through to the 5th heavenly layer. You have gained 16,000 genius points. Chi cultivation has broken through to the 5th heavenly layer. You have gained 16,000 genius points. The fleeting voice sounded almost simultaneously. Breaking through to the 4th heavenly layer gave him 8,000 genius points. Naturally, the 5th heavenly layer gave him 16,000 genius points. Physique cultivation and chi cultivation each gave him 16,000 points, so he had a total of 32,000 points. In an instant, Chumu's genius points increased from 81,000 points to 113,000 points. What's going on? Bei Chen Lai was dumbfounded. His sword art was about to be completed. As long as it was completed, he would get 4,000 genius points, surpassing Chumu. But now, Chumu's genius points had increased by 32,000 points, leaving him far behind again. 32,000 points. Chi cultivation. 16,000 5th layer. Bei Chen Lai thought for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. He let out a heartfelt sigh, as expected of exalted Chu. So the reason he's been so quiet these days is because he wants to break through even more. He's still ahead of me. At this time, Bei Chen Lai's cultivation had reached the 4th heavenly layer. Chumu had broken through to the 5th heavenly layer. The gap between them was huge. With 32,000 genius points, Chumu's ranking on the Heaven Ascension list also began to rise. The shining ranking was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky, cutting through all obstacles like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable. In an instant, he had rushed into the top 10. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of many people. He did not stop there after entering the top 10. He continued to rush up, surpassing one rank after another and leaving them behind. Charge! Charge! Chumu's ranking returned to 3rd place once again. 113,000 genius points. Gu Wankong, who was in first place, had 122,000 genius points. Qi Naoxian, who was in second place, had 118,000 genius points. Yang Zhantian, who was in fourth place, had 110,000 genius points. With the ups and downs, everyone's emotions also fluctuated with the ups and downs. What the hell is this kid doing? An elder of the main divine hall heaved a sigh of relief and pretended to be angry. If you do it a few more times, this old man's heart will explode from fright, another elder said. The other elders nodded their heads in agreement, as if they felt the same way. They placed too much importance on Chu Mu. They hoped that he could remain in the top 3. They did not expect to advance further. They only hoped that he would not fall. Unfortunately, Chu Mu did not know what they were thinking. But even if he knew, he would not care. He had his own path and his own way. He would not be influenced. Chapter 1250. I have finally reached the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer. The 4th heavenly layer is not far away. I'm also about to reach the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer. Once we reach the 4th heavenly layer, we'll be even stronger and we'll be able to hunt even more powerful void beasts. Somewhere in the azure sky territory, a dozen 3rd heavenly layer geniuses were chatting as they moved forward. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation came from not far away. A trace of silver light spread out in the air, attracting everyone's attention. They all turned their heads to look, thinking that some treasure was about to appear. They were all very excited. A pale silver light spread out, and a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. After 3 breaths of time, the silver light disappeared. Everyone was stunned because a person had appeared in front of them, and not some treasure. Revered Chu, a surprised voice sounded. The person who had appeared was indeed Chu Mu. The transmission token he used was a one-time use void spirit tool. It had the ability to transmit people back and forth. When he used the transmission token to return to the Dark Knight tribe, he would leave behind a spatial coordinate at the place he left. It would remain there for a month, and he could return within a month. If he returned after a month, it would disappear. The name of Revered Chu was well known in the Dark Knight tribe. Everyone was shocked when they heard this name. They revealed looks of awe and unconsciously took a few steps back. They were very vigilant, afraid that Chu Mu would attack them with his sword. Chu Mu only glanced at them. He didn't have any intention of attacking unless these people took the initiative to attack him. His figure moved, and the sound of wind breaking rang out. A terrifying storm rolled up and blew away. The dozen people hurriedly revolved their strength to stabilize their bodies so that they wouldn't be blown away. In the midst of flying sand and stones, Chu Mu had already turned into an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of everyone, leaving behind countless exclamations. So fast! So fast! Once Chu Mu displayed his speed, he also felt that it was very fast. A 5th heavenly layer cultivation was indeed not something a 4th heavenly layer could compare to. The 5th heavenly layer of body transformation was the same as the 4th heavenly layer. It focused on tempering the muscles and bones, but the level was deeper and the tempering effects were more obvious. Chu Mu could feel that his own muscles and bones had become tougher and more powerful. As for the 5th firmament of Qi training, the cyclone was larger and more condensed, and the amount of internal Qi was also purer. Moreover, the internal Qi could pass through the palm and spread to the sword, increasing the sharpness of the sword and forming a layer of protection for the sword. The difference in strength between level 5 and level 4 was becoming more and more obvious. His current speed was several times faster than when he was at the 4th sky. Like a gust of wind, Chu Mu flew past, and all the sceneries retreated. Chu Mu went deeper into the Azure Sky region. In the Azure Sky region, what Chu Mu did was to hunt void beasts, absorb and refine the void Qi, cultivate the 6th force of the true martial 8 forces, and comprehend the 7th force. Moreover, He was constantly reflecting on his every battle and constantly accumulating and developing his potential. The increase in strength from the 5th heavenly layer to the 6th heavenly layer became more and more difficult. The strength of a 5th heavenly layer was 160,000 gene, and the strength of a 6th heavenly layer was 320,000 gene. The difference was as much as 160,000 gene. Even if it was the void chi of a level 6 void beast, after absorbing and refining each strand, it would only increase his strength by 2,000 gene. In theory, if he wanted to increase his strength by 160,000 gene, he would have to absorb and refine 80 strands. If both body transformation and chi training were counted, then it would be 160 strands. Every level 6 void beast would produce a strand of level 6 void chi. The strength of a level 6 void beast was much stronger than that of a level 5 void beast. With Chu Mu's current strength, he had to fight a level 6 void beast. If it was an elite level 6 void beast, it would be a fierce battle before he could finally kill it. The Azure Sky region was vast, and there were many void beasts. However, they were widely distributed and would not gather together. Therefore, it was not easy to find a level 6 void beast. Sometimes, if he accidentally encountered a level 7 void beast, he could only run for his life. Otherwise, he would be killed. Therefore, after entering the Azure Sky region, the improvement of his cultivation was much slower than when he was in the Dark Knight tribe. However, as time went by, Chu Mu's cultivation continued to increase, and he was approaching the 6th heavenly layer. During this period, his earth force, water force, and wood force all made breakthroughs and reached the initial success due to the tempering of the gold force and the fire force. His genius points increased a lot. After accumulating a lot of experience, he saw leaves floating on the river beside a river that was more than 100 meters wide. He suddenly had an idea. He tapped on the leaves with the tip of his foot and crossed the river, creating a rank 4 body movement technique, treading on leaves. The level 4 body movement, treading on leaves, brought Chu Mu another 8,000 genius points. Today, Chu Mu's cultivation had finally reached the peak of the 5th heavenly layer. Whether it was chi cultivation or body cultivation, he began to use the 7th force of the 8 forces of true martial to break through. Although the 7th force was difficult to comprehend, after spending some time, Chu Mu was able to comprehend it. The 7th force was called Hidden Dragon Rising from the Abyss. It meant that a hidden dragon would rise from the abyss and carry out a grand plan. The momentum was magnificent from weak to strong, as if a heavenly dragon had rushed out from the abyss and soared into the sky. Chu Mu's entire person seemed to have turned into a hidden dragon that had come out from the abyss. His chi was condensed. His chi was rising up from his body. Vaguely, it seemed to have condensed into the shape of a dragon that was about to rush into the sky and soar into the 9 heavens. The faint sound of a dragon's roar was also released from Chu Mu's dragon-shaped chi, alarming the surrounding void beasts. Even the level 6 void beasts were intimidated. In this area, the most powerful void beasts were the level 6 void beasts. This was the place that Chu Mu had specially chosen to break through. Fortunately, there were no level 7 void beasts around. Otherwise, he would have to temporarily give up on breaking through. Chu Mu's chi was becoming more and more tyrannical. It continued to rise and soared into the sky. A gust of wind blew, and the surrounding trees seemed to be uprooted. Suddenly, a loud dragon's roar was heard. It was earth-shattering. Chu Mu's body trembled. His blood was like a tide, and his inner chi was surging. It was as if it was about to burst out like a volcano. Body cultivation has broken through to the 6th heavenly layer. 32,000 genius points obtained. Chi cultivation has broken through to the 6th heavenly layer. 32,000 genius points obtained. The fleeting voice made Chu Mu happy. The tyrannical power in his body made Chu Mu excited. His blood was boiling. The 6th heavenly layer. Chi cultivation has reached the 6th heavenly layer. an extremely tyrannical energy fluctuation. On the Heaven Ascension list, Chu Mu's genius points had reached a whopping 2,000 points. However, he was still ranked third. Gul Wankong, who was ranked first, and Qi Naoxian, who was ranked second, still had more genius points than Chu Mu. Those who had entered this place were all geniuses. Gul Wankong, Qi Naoxian, and the others were even more monstrous. Monstrous geniuses could not be judged by common sense. Qi cultivation has reached the 6th heavenly layer. They were already invincible against level 6 void beasts. They could also start hunting level 7 void beasts. Mid-level void beasts possessed beast power and used beast power as support in battle. High-level void beasts were different. Beast power had already become an important part of their strength. During battle, beast power was constantly released. Every move was like a beast skill. It was extremely terrifying. It was not difficult for Chu Mu to kill a level 6 void beast when he was at the 5th heavenly layer. However, killing a level 7 void beast when he was at the 6th heavenly layer was not easy. At the same time, Chu Mu was also comprehending the 8th force of the true martial 8 forces. Rock Spreading Wings Force. Rock Spreading Wings Force. Rock Spreading Wings Force. This was the last force of the true martial 8 forces. It was also the most difficult force. Gradually, Chu Mu entered the central area of the Azure Sky domain. He started to encounter the geniuses from the other divisions. Feeling the intense energy fluctuation from afar, Chu Mu used the leaf-treading wave movement technique and rapidly advanced. The closer he got, the stronger the energy fluctuation became. He stopped his movement technique and looked over. His sharp eyes pierced through the leaves and saw a person fighting with a powerful void beast. After taking a few more glances, Chu Mu judged that it was a level 7 void beast from its aura. Moreover, it was an elite level 7 void beast. This attracted Chu Mu's attention. With his current strength, he could kill a level 7 elite void beast. However, it would be very difficult. He would need to go through a tough battle. The one fighting with the level 7 elite void beast was a person with fiery red hair. The armor on his body was also red. However, it was different from Qingang's armor. It was a fiery red color, as if it was a burning flame. Chu Mu did not know the name of this person. However, this person's aura was fierce and tyrannical. He was also able to fight with an elite level 7 void beast. He was definitely one of the top 10 monstrous geniuses on the Heaven Ascension list. The battle was very intense. The sword light of the genius in the fiery red armor was very violent. The power of each sword was extremely tyrannical. It was like an eruption of magma. It was extremely tyrannical. The surrounding ground was damaged due to the intense battle between the man and the beast. A large area of the ground was scorched. Watching a battle of such strength was helpful to him. After a long battle, the genius in the fiery red armor seemed to be angry. He slashed out with his sword. A terrifying fiery sword light broke through the sky. It was incomparably huge, and it directly forced the void beast to retreat. Immediately after, he pointed his sword to the sky. The energy in his body surged, which made Chu Mu even more surprised. 8 Sword of the Heavenly Gate! A low shout resounded as the sword slashed down. Suddenly, a sword gate appeared in the sky and pressed down, bombarding the body of the level 7 elite void beast. 8 sword light flew out from the sword gate. It was like 8 flying swords. It surrounded the elite level 7 void beast and crazily cut it. The brilliant heavenly might was vast and endless. It shattered everything. It was ancient and everlasting. The terrifying sword technique caused Chu Mu's mind to waver. 8 Sword of the Heavenly Gate! He muttered to himself, "This is a level 5 sword technique." The fluctuation of the aura was many times more tyrannical than his level 4 sword technique, Avicii Purgatory. Under the brilliant heavenly might of the 8 Sword of the Heavenly Gate, the elite level 7 void beast, was suppressed and killed. After displaying the 8th sword of the Heavenly Gate, the aura of the genius in the fiery red armor weakened a lot. However, Chumu did not make a move on him. Killing the genius in the fiery red armor would not bring him any benefits. There was no need to do so. However, the 8th sword of the Heavenly Gate had left a deep impression on Chumu. It had deepened his understanding of sword techniques and broadened his horizons. It had also laid a good foundation for him to create better sword techniques in the future.